Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, the Phillies did it again. Another win, and this time a series win against the Houston Astros. Aaron Nola stepped up to the challenge. Now we get to watch Taiwan Walker tonight, but we'll save that for the 9 o'clock hour. Good win for the Phils yesterday, and the Eagles had a nice press conference with Howie Roseman. Nick was there, but it was all Howie Roseman, and he said something that did cause some concern. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor, and for John this week right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I believe it would be a failure for the Philadelphia Eagles, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, if they do not win the NFC East. The Eagles have had a quiet training camp.
And to me, I look at it and say, it's wonderful to have peace and serenity out in South Philly.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas, who is in for John Kincade this week. Connor, good morning.
Another great morning. We have a roster. We have a winning baseball team. We have a team tied for the best record in baseball right now. And another series win for the Fightins.
I thought the Phillies sucked. I thought they were never going to win again. I thought they were going to miss the playoffs and that, all this season was for naught.
That's what people told me.
Yeah, well, that's not the case. You knew, most of us knew that this was going to turn around at some point, and it's happening at a pretty damn good time with a series win already against the Houston Astros. They look to sweep the Stros tonight, which I doubt will happen with Taiwan Walker on the mound, but hey, the crazier things have happened. But they win the series against Houston. They won the last series against the Kansas City Royals. So that's 2 straight series wins against very good American League baseball teams. And as you have mentioned multiple times with John, with myself, that this schedule will lighten up. Now, I'm glad that these wins are happening now because I know what people would have said. If they lost these series and then just started winning those final series against the lesser teams, people would say, oh, they can only beat the bad teams. And look, I may have said that because I did not take any stock in the series against the Marlins where they split, and I didn't take any stock in the series against the Nationals where they took 3 of 4. I take more stock out of series against better teams, and they've done that. Kansas City threw their 3 best pitchers in that series, and you took 2 of 3. And then, of course, this past series against Houston, or the one that we're currently in it, 2 of their better pitchers have gone so far, and the Phillies are 2-0 in this series. So they look to sweep them tonight. And so we'll talk about the Phillies as the show goes on. As you guys know, we always like to keep them on the table. But we're leading things off, shockingly, with the Eagles. And Connor mentioned it. We have a roster. Yesterday was cut-down day. They got to 53 men come 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni then spoke to the media. And I say Nick Sirianni, but he was kind of just there. I think he answered 2 questions. One of those was on James Bradberry, because James Bradberry did indeed make the team, which is amazing to me, considering everything that we have been told, considering everything that we've seen. And then this is one of those situations where you go, all right, did this guy make the team because of his paycheck? And so we'll talk about that later on the 6 o'clock hour. But here's where I want to start. And I want you guys to just right away remember that I think this Eagles team is going 12-5. All right? Before anyone starts coming after me, remember, I think this team is going 12-5. I think this offense will be a top 5 offense in the NFL. I believe this defense will be a top 20 defense in the NFL, and I know people go, oh, what's that all about? 20's a lot better than 30, right? I don't have the visions of John. John believes they could be as high as 12. I'm not going there. But if they're 15, damn it, that's pretty good. That's a good recipe with a top 5 offense. I believe Jalen Hurts plays better this season. I believe Cam Jurgens doesn't make us miss Jason Kelce all that much. I think Jahan Dotson, you go, wow, that's what a competent wide receiver 3 looks like. I think the defense will be better player-wise. I think defense will be better scheme-wise with Vic Fangio. So, I got that all the way?
Yeah, crystal clear.
All right. I think the Eagles are winning 12 games this year. I think they're winning the division, and then we'll see what happens come playoff time. I'm not ready to say that they're going to the NFC Championship game like John is. But there's always a but thrown in there.
There always is.
When we make our predictions every single season, I've been here 10 years now. Connor, you've been here how long?
Coming up on 5.
Brendan, you've been here 3, 4?
Yeah, like 3.5.
Okay. whenever we talk about predictions for a season, we always say injuries aside. Am I correct?
Yeah, you kind of have to, right?
You have to. Because that's more fun. Nobody wants to take into account a catastrophic injury that ends the season. Nobody wants to talk about a nagging hamstring injury that might make a guy miss a game or two, but then he's clearly hampered by it for another 3 or 4 weeks, and you're begging for the bye week. And then you realize, oh, my God, the Eagles have a week 5 bye, so if there are any injuries, it better happen early, right? Nobody wants to think about that kind of stuff. Nobody wants to think about this guy getting nicked up, that guy getting nicked up. But here's the deal. There is also reality. And the reality is guys do get hurt. The Eagles the last 2 years have actually been more healthy than most teams. And I think a lot of people thought that last year they would be more banged up because of that happening 2 seasons ago. And the Eagles have done a great job with guys staying healthy. I look back at the Super Bowl team. Half that team seemed to be hurt.
Yeah, they had a lot of. You're missing your starting tackle, your starting quarterback. I mean, there's so many guys.
Darren Sproles was supposed to be a big part of that offense. He goes down early.
He got hurt twice on the same play.
Right.
He blew his knee and his arm in the same play. It was crazy.
Like, that team was banged up, and yet they won. Now, there was magic and the grace of God of Nick Foles playing the way that he did, but there was also depth. Halapoulivaati Vaitai, you mentioned. Look, he ended up being a tremendous left tackle for the Eagles, and he's transitioned into a guard, I think, with the Detroit Lions still. But he got paid by Detroit, and he's put together still a decent career. They had a lot of depth on that team. The depth here on the Eagles scares me. Now, I haven't really thought about it because, again, making predictions, preseason predictions, it's fun. Doing W's and L's, no matter how much John hates it, right? Doing W's and L's is fun. Thinking about, is this going to be the greatest Eagles offense of all time, is fun. We did the same thing about the Phillies a month and a half ago. Nobody was then considering a 2-month slump, right? Almost a disease that went through the Phillies locker room. Because you don't think about that kind of stuff. You're in the moment, and you think about the fun things. You think about the Madden. You look at depth charts. But then you look at depth charts.
Yeah, and the key word is the first part of that, the depth.
So yesterday, I was listening to Howie Roseman and again, kind of Nick Sirianni speak to the media. And there was a question asked about the depth. Now, let me make this clear. Again, I believe they're going 12-5. This is a pure case of anxiety for me. All right? Anxiety can come in so many different forms. And one of those forms could be expecting something to happen that could happen or might not happen. There is a strong chance, again, that the Eagles remain healthy all season long. There's also a chance that 4 or 5 guys miss extended period of time. Like, I'm not saying anything crazy about the NFL. I'm not saying anything crazy about a sport with contact where guys get hurt, especially as we've seen in recent years, soft tissues injuries kind of piling up. Is that anything to do with lack of practice in the preseason? We don't necessarily know. But here's Howie Roseman yesterday talking about the rookies and how they need to rely on them, which is factually correct, which they didn't do last year. But take a listen to some of the words he says in this answer.
I probably look at it more so because of how top-heavy we are from a contract perspective. We have a lot of good players making well-deserved money that we have to have the bottom of our roster as much on rookie deals as possible. And we've been fortunate that even though that we've paid these guys, that we have had some picks. And at the same time, they got to prove it. You know, nobody's on scholarship here. So it's well-deserved that those guys have had the opportunity to make this team. And I think it is important as you build your roster to compete for championships that you have a growing young core that you can build with along with the guys that you're paying.
So that's all true, right? Like,
yeah,
all that's true. But here's the deal. He said we don't have the luxury, you know, of recruiting guys and all that kind of stuff, right? You also don't have the luxury of guys redshirting. If somebody gets hurt, it's time to play. And if somebody's not on your 53-man roster, there's a reason why they're on your practice squad. Like, it's not like there's somebody on your practice squad that's a redshirt freshman for a Division I program that, oh, well, he'll be fine. He'll be ready to go year 2. We'll have him ready. No, if you're on the practice squad, there's a reason. You didn't make an NFL roster, right? Like,
yes.
I joked around about the Eagles fans on social media yesterday that were like, oh, man, I really thought this guy had something. There's a reason why he didn't make the team. He didn't have something, right? Like,
yeah,
he's a practice squad player. So I look at the depth chart, Connor. Now, John has been begging for a new wide receiver 3, and he got it in Jahan Dotson.
Got a great one.
Because he mentioned if A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith were to go down, who were to be the replacement? And I always go with the response of, you could say that exact same thing about 31 other NFL teams. Not many wide receiver 3s are going to fill the void of what wide receiver 1 or 2, you lose when they get hurt.
Totally fair.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the Miami. If they lose Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle, they're in trouble.
Yes.
I mean, that's most teams. The NFL these days have 2 great wide receivers on a lot of teams, and then that's kind of it.
Yep.
The Houston Texans are an anomaly because they have like 5 guys that can fill in as at least wide receiver number 2. I look at this Eagles depth chart. If Jalen Hurts gets hurt, we know the deal, right?
Yeah, they're dead.
Forget Pickett, forget Tanner McKee, forget Justin Fields and that argument that was being had. If Jalen Hurts gets hurt, if any starting quarterback gets hurt, there's typically a fall off. If Saquon were to go down, I got Kenneth Gainwell, who we all kind of wanted to be done with last year, and Will Shipley, who I like.
But he's a rookie.
And I don't think he's a bell cow back. I think he's a guy that can do some other things out of the backfield.
And even if those guys can handle the workload, they're not Saquon Barkley.
No. If A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith go down, you know the deal. They gave themselves a bit of an insurance policy with Jahan Dotson. After those 3 guys, Johnny Wilson, I like the idea of. Anais Smith is starting the season on IR. By the way, he had a horrible training camp. And then Britton Covey. And I know there's guys that like Britton Covey more than me. Like Andrew DeCecco's a big Britton Covey guy. He's Britton Covey, man.
Yeah, I'm not staking my season on him playing significantly offensively.
If Dallas Goedert went down, which we've seen often now, and we have seen the Eagles offense struggle, despite still having A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, he's a big piece of that offense. You're dropping a Grant Calcaterra. The offensive line depth. Here are your backups. Fred Johnson, Trevor Keegan, Tyler Steen, who might stink, Darian Kennard, who's a rookie that they drafted in the 6th round. Okay?
I don't know. Kennard, Keegan, Steen, I think all have some slight upside if they were forced into a position where they had to play. They're not going to equal what the starters have, but I don't think that's a bad spot as far as depth, the offensive line.
All right. You like that more than I do. Your defensive front.
This is going to be a little different.
Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Bryce Huff, right? Josh Sweat.
Yes.
You feel good about some of that. You know how I feel.
Yeah.
I think there's lack of talent at the starting position. Then you go to the backups. Marlon Tuipulotu. Thomas Booker, who is basically the 53rd man on the roster. Brandon Graham, who's here for legacy. And 20% of snaps. Like if Bryce Huff went down.
You have to go get an edge rusher. You don't have someone who could play. Unless Nolan Smith's that guy.
I don't believe in Nolan.
Well, I know you don't.
Now, some of this is my problem. So you like the backup, you like the offensive line depth more than me. Here's what I'm going to get at. And we'll continue to go through the depth chart. I guess I should just get to the point, right? I kind of need your guys' help today. Either on the text line, phone line, 610-632-0975, or you're going to add to my fears because there is a major lack of depth in certain areas. Now, that could be the case for a lot of football teams, right? The San Francisco 49ers are a prime example. They paid a lot of guys. If they were to lose a player or two at a key position, they're going to be in trouble. The Rams, the year they won the Super Bowl, they benefited from staying healthy. But if they lost a key player or two, they would have been in trouble because they had all high-paid guys. They traded away all their draft picks. They had no real youth movement coming in on that team. The Eagles have a youth movement. The question is that youth ready to go? The secondary I feel very comfortable with. If Darius Slay went down for a couple of weeks, I like the idea of some of the young players that are coming up. Oh, by the way, you can then move Quinyon Mitchell back out to the outside. The linebackers are a question, period. The starters and the backup, but at least you have some youth there. You have a youth movement on defense that I feel pretty comfortable with. When it comes to the offense, man, Howie Rosen himself said it. They are top heavy. This is more of an anxiety kind of thing for me right now. But a lot of teams do succeed, including the one Super Bowl team that we have ever seen have depth. And they're very top-heavy.
Yeah, the problem is, your anxiety is warranted. They are a top-heavy team. They are going to need their stars productive and healthy if they're going to go anywhere. But that is the reality of a salary cap league. There's no Phillies. There's no Dodgers. There's no team that can just go out because they're in a big market and have an aggressive owner and just outspend everybody to the point where you have guys making more money on your bench than other teams do in your starting lineup. That's not how the NFL works. When you pay a quarterback, when you pay 2 wide receivers, when you keep together an offensive line, when you spend all of this money on top-heavy talent on your team, naturally there's going to be a lack of depth. So if we look at the 49ers, the Lions, the other teams, the Chiefs, the Ravens that are in this conversation, Super Bowl contenders,
right?
They're going to have the same concerns because there's no way to build a perfect NFL roster.
No, there is not.
Without spending money heavily in some spots. So while your concern is valid, your anxiety is warranted, it's just you're never going to escape this thought when you have a football team as talented as the Philadelphia Eagles.
And look, and ultimately they are talented. And that's why I wanted to make it clear, because right away I get a tweet from Walter McCray 2 minutes ago. Bro, why are you so negative on the Eagles this morning? I told you. Please. This is like you know how if you're going through some stuff and you're trying to talk it out with somebody and then they just keep on bringing up the bad things?
Yeah.
No, I said the good things. I think they win 12 games. I think Jalen Hurts is back to form. I think this offense is electric. I think this defense is better than last year. I think they win the division. I think they host a home playoff game. I hope that it's not until the second round of the playoffs because I hope that they have the 1 seed. I believe the Eagles are going to be a freaking dominant team this year. That's why that Nick Wright idiot saying that they're going to finish third is ridiculous. It is dumb. It is stupid. It's just for you to get some reaction. I'm just asking a question, Walter. And anybody else that might be having that same reaction. Why are you being so negative? Typical Philadelphia media. No, I'm talking it out with my friends. Walter, I believe you're a friend of mine. I have a little bit of an anxiety attack this morning when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. And I don't want to say that lightly because I know people that deal with that stuff. So I don't want to. How about I say I have some worries with the Eagles when what Howie Roseman had to say yesterday, talking about the reliance on rookies and younger players. And I look at the younger players, I look at the rookies, I go, all right, I still got some major questions with those players, except for Jalen Carter. I have no questions when it comes to Jalen Carter. After that, Nakobe Dean, you guys feel good about him?
Not really.
Nolan Smith, you guys feel good about him?
Don't know.
I don't feel good about those players, and I didn't last year, I didn't the year before. So it's not like I'm saying something new to you guys just to get a reaction out of you. I've been saying this stuff for 2 or 3 years now that I don't feel great about these guys. I do feel good about Sidney Brown, but let's see how he is coming off of injury. And I've said to you guys multiple times, his angles at trying to make a tackle are horrible. Did he learn that when he was resting his leg? I don't think he got better at that by studying film.
Here's the thing, though, right? Because inherently this conversation turns into a positive one. Because the fact that we get to have this conversation about depth and a top-heavy roster. Think about the teams that are balanced in the NFL, where their starters are not much better than the backups or not much better than the third-string guys. You know what those teams are? They're teams that stink.
Right.
Those are teams that are going to be bottom of the barrel, that are still figuring out who are going to be their guys. This is a good thing that we are worried about the depth of this team.
Yes.
Because top-heavy means you have stars that you have paid, by the way, by an organization that you trust who they pay. Howie Roseman has been very good, outside of maybe the Carson Wentz contract, at paying the guys that you need to keep here and keeping teams that can compete together. So when we have this conversation, while you can say, well, if injuries happen or if this guy goes down, that guy goes down, I don't know that I like what I have at the position behind him. The reason for that is you probably have a starter at that position you're willing to throw a lot of money at because you believe that they are talented enough to take you where you need to go.
See, thank you. It's I'm doing this kind of for myself. This is a show. This is my show today.
Okay.
All right? This is...
Your name's on it.
I need your help today when it comes to this. And again, to Walter, who tweeted that in, why so negative, have you heard me mention this thought at all?
Well, except for that one time you almost detailed someone blowing out their knee in a preseason game. But besides that, we have not talked about it.
That was a different conversation about how injuries can happen at any time.
Then, no, we have not had this conversation.
I have not talked about a lack of depth all off season. And if Howie Roseman was not asked that question, and if Howie Roseman did not give the answer that he gave yesterday, I would not have thought twice about it. Like, today would have been a day where we came in, we reacted to James Bradberry making the roster, we find some other Eagles topic. I have a lot of Eagles things on the table today. Like, one of them in the 8 o'clock hour is, are they building this the right way? And I think they are. But for this season, a year where I have NFC Championship expectations, and I think that might be the big thing, they are going through a youth movement. These guys will get better, I think, a lot of these younger players. But I'm not focused on 2-3 years from now. I'm focused on today. And this is a team that is in the conversation for one of the top teams in the NFC. And maybe that's my big thing.
I have a theory as to why it bothers you. And I think it goes further even than that.
Can you give me that theory coming up next? We'll discuss it.
I can, of course.
All right, well, coming up next, we'll get that theory from Connor. We'll talk a little bit more about the Phillies, who had a great win yesterday, now winning the series against the Houston Astros. And James Bradberry made the roster. Howie Roseman explains himself coming up next. We'll play those for you right here on Kincade and Salciunas. Connor and for John all week long right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Philly
This hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
It is 6:29 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Adam Schefter Wednesday morning. Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock as he does every single Wednesday. Looking forward to that. We got a lot in store for you today. We opened up talking about the Eagles. We'll get into some Phillies talk this segment as they had a nice win last night against the Houston Astros. I got to show some love to Connor Thomas's best friend, Aaron Nola.
That's my guy.
Because he had a great outing yesterday. So we'll talk about that in a few minutes. And we'll talk about this James Bradberry decision because Howie Roseman was asked about it yesterday after deciding to keep him on the 53-man roster. So I'll play you some clips on that. But I know the text line is blowing up, and you have a theory. So again, now that I got it out, talking about things is good. Now that I got it out and I can breathe a little bit, I'm willing to have a more calm conversation, right, where I'm not shaking. Howie Roseman yesterday talked about relying on rookies because of the top-heavy roster. And I love the top-heavy roster, which is why I have them going 12-5, which is why I have them winning the division comfortably. As I said, when did I say that first? 2 months ago?
Yeah, I mean, well before we cut that promo. Yes, it's
comfortably.
been months.
Like, I think the Eagles will have a 2 to 3 game lead over the Dallas Cowboys, which means if they're 12-5, the Cowboys went 10-7 or 9-8. I would lean more toward 10-7 for the Cowboys. But I have the Eagles winning the division comfortably where Week 18 does not matter. I expect Jalen Hurts to not play Week 18 unless they're still fighting for a 1 seed, right? That's where I truly believe. But when Howie Roseman talks about relying on rookies because of the top-heavy roster, I then look at the depth chart, naturally, because yesterday was cut-down day, and I see the major fall-off. Like, not slight fall-off. Like, there isn't a guy, if we're looking at the defensive front, where I go, all right, if this guy were to go down, I feel great about his replacement. Moro Jomo, Marlon Tiapolotu, Thomas Booker, Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, Patrick Johnson. ESPN has Milton Williams listed as a starter. We'll see what the defense ends up looking like. I like Milton Williams. I'm not in love with him like Bill Colarulo is. Like, I think he's a nice player and it's a contract year, so that probably will help him a little bit.
Yeah, it will.
But in the area that I'm already concerned about of pass rush, there is another fall off in terms of depth when it comes to the guys that will be rotating in. Like, I think back to the Super Bowl team. Chris Long was not an every down player. He was a rotational guy and was successful. You have a theory as to what's going on.
I do, and it has to do with last year, and it has to do with kind of where we're at mentally as Philadelphia sports fans. It ties a lot of things together. But you know what? Like, sometimes, like, let's just live out a day, like a regular day that everybody's been through. You stop by fast food restaurant. Oh, let's go to Wendy's.
Wendy's tomorrow, breakfast burrito day, baby.
Perfect. You stop by Wendy's, you get a nice breakfast burrito. You also get, like, a nice soda.
Okay.
And you're getting out of your car, and you grab the soda by the lid. And the next thing you know, crashes to the ground. Your soda's all over.
It's devastating.
It is, but, like, if you're having a fine day and you're having week's going well, work's all good, home life's good, it's like, man, really? Drop my soda. And then you just walk into your building or your house or whatever.
You're much more calm than I am. I'd be freaking out about that soda.
Well, you freak out.
I'd be pissed off about that.
You'd freak out a little bit. You'd be annoyed, but you wouldn't be. Like that, for example, is my brother's a Vikings fan. That's J.J. McCarthy getting hurt for the Vikings. It's like, oh, man, I wish I would have got to watch him play, but it doesn't really make that big of a difference.
But the Eagles aren't the Minnesota Vikings.
I know, and this is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Then there's days where it's like, I've had a bad day. My boss was mean to me at work. Like, me and my girlfriend are fighting, and that soda falls, and your mind treats it like the worst thing that'll ever happen to you. When you're having a bad stretch, bad thoughts compound. When you're having a good stretch, well, they don't bother you as much. I think we're at a point right now, and this is why you're thinking about injuries the way that you are, because the way that things have gone in Philadelphia sports, and specifically with the Eagles, every time we think we have something pops up to ruin it. And last year, it was the collapse for the Eagles. So this year, I think we're at a place, whether we're willing to admit it to ourselves or not, where mentally, if the littlest thing goes wrong, dropping a soda, it ruins our day.
See, your theory makes sense. But you don't know me then.
What do you mean?
Do you think I'm carrying over last year into this year?
Adam Schefter sure thinks you are.
No, I just asked him a lot of questions because he's a journalist and he knows these things, and I think he knew a lot more about the Eagles than he was willing to give up until the Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler article came out.
Fair enough.
I have not allowed anything last year except for the Hurts and Sirianni disconnect to carry over, and it looks like that's been worked on. I don't think that a 10-1 start leading to a collapse has anything to do with this year. If anything, I think it motivates guys more. My biggest fear is, well, not fear, my biggest problem is that I have Super Bowl expectations. Like, you just compared the situation to the Vikings. The Vikings aren't going to do anything.
Right, and that's why the injuries won't bother them as much.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
The Eagles do have expectations this year.
Yeah.
And if a couple of guys, which let's face it, that probably will happen. It's inevitable. It is the NFL. I'm not saying anything crazy. Somebody might miss some time. And the fall off from a lot of these starters to the backups is bigger than I thought it was because I hadn't thought about it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the same thought process for every team. It really is. And for some, it doesn't matter as much because the expectations aren't as high. And for some, it doesn't matter as much because the fan base isn't as, like, part of why I'm bringing up last year and the Phillies slump and everything that's gone wrong in Philadelphia sports when you thought you had something is because this is another team with expectations. We're not going to be doing this when the Flyers take the ice coming up. We're not going to be doing it for that team because they do not have the championship expectations of the other three teams in the city. That's not a knock on them. It's just reality of where they're at. Like, part of this conversation is the bar is so high. That's why we're worried about the little things. But rest assured, every other team in the NFL is just as good of a chance and just as, maybe not just as little of depth, but they're going to have a lot of positions where they can't put competent players on the field if big guys go down.
You're right. And I'm very focused on the Eagles specifically when it comes to it. So I know people are texting in. They're probably angry at me this morning, and that's fine. I mean, I think it's kind of messed up to be angry at somebody that has worries. But whatever. What do we got in the text line there, B-Gun? You can text the show. You can call in at 610-632-0975.
Yeah, we got Blaine in Kentucky checking in. He says, you are forgetting about the amount of weapons in this offense. They're so strong with their offense at the top that the other options will carry them if injury affects this offense. If Goddard gets hurt, I don't want to hear that as an excuse when you have Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and other guys, and that goes individually for everybody else as well.
Okay. And look, that's my biggest thing is the offense without Dallas Goedert does look worse.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't look bad.
No, it doesn't. But we just talked about how there's no excuses if Dallas Goedert's out. Like, there are. Like, he's not a focal point of the offense, as we clearly know, because we always talk about how he's underutilized, but he does grab a lot of attention of the defense.
I got you, but let's say Dallas Goedert just was never born. And never went to South Dakota State, never was drafted by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
And this team was Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts and this offensive line and Jahan Dotson is your third wide receiver and then Jimmy who knows at tight end. Like, you're still expecting this team to win 11 to 12 games. You're still expecting this team to be a championship contender. And that's not a knock on Dallas Goedert, but they're just so talented. I think it's a good point, at least on the offensive side of the ball. It would change the way you run the offense, the type of offense that you would play, because there'd be probably less over-the-middle passes. There'd be those less safety valve outlet options for Jalen Hurts because that's what a tight end does in an offense. But it shouldn't be an excuse for why you couldn't survive that.
Right. I got you. All right, so we'll get more text messages on this conversation and your calls as well as the show continues. I'm looking for your help, right? It's something that I've been speaking glowingly of this Eagles team, except for the pass rush, for months now. It's just one of these days where you hear something, you go, okay. I didn't really think about that. But speaking of Howie Roseman, he spoke to the media yesterday after final cuts were made. And, of course, he was asked about James Bradberry. Here's his reasoning as to why they kept the former All-Pro.
James always has had really good football instincts. When you see him play safety every day here and see his ability to diagnose football instincts, for all of us, that's a transition. That's a different position than playing outside corner. He's got a skill set. It's a long season. We already know that he's had tremendous success in this league playing outside corner as well. And with the goals that we have for this football team, having a veteran player like that on the roster that we know we can rely on when called upon, we felt like it was important.
So I don't think he's saying anything crazy except for the fact that he's not good. Like, that's the only problem. Like, I watched him in preseason week number 2. and I say this respectfully because the guy's had a tremendous career in the NFL. He looked like a guy that had no idea what he was doing out there. And part of it is because he's playing a new position. Like he's trying to play safety up in the box in the red zone. And the running back cuts right, and he also went right. But his right is the running back's left.
Yeah.
Like he went in the complete opposite direction. Like it wasn't even close. And safety, you have to be a little bit more physical. You can't just be a ball hawk.
Well, here's the way I think about James Bradberry, real quick. It's just like he's going to be a depth piece. He's not going to start. So is the upside of the talent that made him elite at some point in his career at another position, does that make him a better potential option in a worst-case scenario than a guy that has not ever been like a great player in the secondary at the NFL level? Maybe. Now, here's the thing that I need to find out, and this is me being honest with you guys. I don't know. I don't know how much special teams he's played in his career, especially in recent years with the Eagles. If you're not a starter, you're gunning it. You're playing special teams. And if he's not, then it leads you to ask the question of what is it that you're doing here? It's a fair point.
And I saw a lot of people on social media say this yesterday. And look, I get what they're saying, but people are thinking that James Bradberry took a roster spot from somebody that actually deserved it. Again, if they didn't make the 53-man roster, I don't think James Bradberry was the sole reason why. Like, it's probably because they weren't good enough and the Eagles didn't depend on them enough.
Yeah, they'll change the amount of players they keep at a position to keep a player they like.
Right. And so James Bradberry, there might be a case where he has to go back out to corner or play in the slot, which we saw him do pretty well last season. Or they might have to throw him out there at safety at times. But, again, that's if somebody goes down or somebody needs a breather for 10 to 15 snaps over a course of a game. If he doesn't play special teams, and I'll try to find out how much special teams he's played in his career, is he really a real reason to keep on the roster, other than maybe his contract?
Well,
the dead cap hit.
It could be the contract. It could be the dead cap hit. Like,
Right.
There's a lot to consider more. We talked about the Taiwan Walker thing. It's similar with the James Bradberry deal.
All right, so we'll continue getting your reaction on our topics today. We'll get to more text messages coming up next. Also coming up next, some love for the Fighting Phils, who had a great win again, a great series, and a great stretch now with this Royals taking 2 of 3 against them, and now so far taking the first 2 against the Astros. They're looking to sweep them tonight. We'll show some love to Aaron Nola and the Phillies bats yesterday. It is Kincade and Salciunas, Connor, and for John the rest of the week right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Jalen Hurts didn't think to even talk to Jeff Stoutland.
Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic. You know, shame on the NFL. There's no real way to track special team snaps. You know, unless I'm going back to game books. I just went back to James Bradberry's first game, the 2016 NFL season when the Panthers took on the Denver Broncos to see how many snaps he played in special teams.
That was a hell of a game. Remember it like it was yesterday.
Look, that's how much of a football guy I am that I go back to special teams game books in 2016. He played 3 snaps, by the way. His rookie season, his first game of his rookie season, he played 3 snaps. Now, he did play 12 special team snaps in his second game. Basically, what I'm getting at is James Bradberry wasn't much of a special teams player when he was a rookie in the NFL. I can't imagine that he was much of one the last couple of years. I know that he didn't play any snaps in the special teams last season for the Eagles. So why is he on the roster? Like, other than the contract, and this is not me bad-mouthing James Bradberry. I think he's been the ultimate pro since this season started. He said all the right things. He's doing whatever he can to try to stay on the team, changing the position to safety. He could have asked for his outright release or demanded a trade, right? We've seen that time and time again in the NFL, especially out of veterans that know that they're kind of on their way out of a roster. He played in the second preseason game when majority of players didn't. I give that dude a lot of credit. Father Time's catching up with him.
Yeah, but I mean,
Not his fault.
No, it's not. But everything is part of the conversation. Like the contract is part of the conversation. The type of teammate he's been is part of the conversation. The type of career he's put together is part of the conversation. It's easy for us to sit here behind a microphone and say, well, he stunk last year. He's probably going to stink again this year because of the age. Get him out. But from Howie Roseman and the Eagles' perspective, you're seeing a guy you spent a lot of money on, still have that cap hit, that could have upside maybe still based on his career. I'm not I'm rooting for it, but I'm not expecting it, but they may be. A guy that's been nothing but positive and working hard and doing everything he can. Like, he's not a guy. If he had caused problems in the locker room, gone.
Right.
If he had done one thing wrong, gone. But,
and you heard Howie say, like, his veteran leadership is a part of this team that we want.
Hey, man, last year leadership was a problem.
Yes,
There's
you're right.
value in that. So it's just like, I'm not saying it's the right way to go about business, but I can't sit here and pretend like it's not part of the equation when you see James Bradberry make the team.
Right. Okay, what do we have on the text line there, B. Gun, about today's initial topic, which we'll reset in the 7 o'clock hour, but it's about the potential lack of depth on this team. I'm having a bit of a crisis this morning, even though I still think this team wins 12 games, but I just wonder, am I not looking at the depth enough? Are we all not looking at the depth enough? Like, this is the first time we're talking about it on this show. What do we got on the text line?
Yeah, we got Miz from Northeast checking in. He says, I agree. The Eagles are very top-heavy with the roster, and I do have worries outside the starters. That's my biggest concern going into the season, actually. Too many young guys that are going to have to log quality minutes at some point. We just have to hope that they can hit the ground running sooner than later.
Now, the beauty of this season, when it comes to that, the young guys, Howie Rosen's made it pretty freaking clear they better play. Right? Like,
Yeah.
from the exit press conference after last season ended to the handful of times he spoke during, OTAs, training camp, owners meetings, all that kind of stuff, to yesterday, talking about relying on rookies. He's been pretty clear, hey, these young guys got to play.
Right.
And so we talk about patience and how I don't have much of it for the offense, but I do have it for the defense. I would imagine that you're going to see these younger players, unless they flat out stink. Like, Nolan Smith could end up stinking. I hope not. These younger guys are going to play in the first month of the season.
Well, they're going to have to.
Yes.
Because part of the thing about it is, and I know we have the rookie wall, but that normally affects guys their first time out. And normally you look at it as a wear and tear type of thing from not being used to the workload. But when you have guys like Nolan Smith and Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter who have been through at least a season at this level, some of those guys 2 seasons, you say, okay, how do we turn them from who they are into players that can help us win now? And the only way to do it is to get them out on the field. Like, you have to play the young players as early as possible so that they're as close to. They're not going to be vets by the end of the season.
No, of course not.
But they need as much experience as they can so that you can have a competent roster when you get to the biggest spots of the season. The only way you get there is by playing guys from Jump Street.
And I still say this. I understood what the Eagles were doing last year. It was like Sean Desai was in over his head. And so he goes, oh, man, it's 3rd and long. We can't get a stop here. Yeah, Hassan Reddick and Josh Sweat might be tired, but, dude, I got to get them out. I can't put in Nolan Smith and Brandon Graham. Like, I understood. Well, BG's a vet, but you get what I'm saying. Like, he wanted to have his best players out on the field. I can't blame him for that. We've seen that in every sport. Like, oh, why is this guy still in the lineup, right? Sometimes coaches, managers, they rely on vets more than younger players.
Quarterbacks have safety blankets, so do coaches.
Doc Rivers is now, he was criminal when it came to it, but there are coaches that are like that, where they'd rather rely on a veteran player in certain situations. So we'll continue that discussion. We'll get to more text messages in the 7 o'clock hour, but I do want to show more love to the Phillies. Phils win 5-0 yesterday. Your boy looked great.
He was very, very good. Danced out a little bit of danger, but there wasn't really a point in that game even. Once Castellanos hit that home run, there was no point where I was nervous at all about that game.
Right. So, I mean, my biggest thing was, all right, what did I say to you yesterday? If the Phillies take some sort of lead, I need to see a shutout inning the next inning.
Yeah.
And he pitched 7 shutout innings, but the Phillies have the 4 runs in the 3rd. He goes out there in the 4th, and they don't score any runs. And that was one of those, all right, we're good.
It got me so nervous, and this is my warped Philadelphia sports brain, but, like, I was like, oh, Castellanos hit the home run. Great. I went and did some laundry during the commercial break. I came back. I sat down on the couch, and then the Toyota RAV4th inning graphic popped up. I was like, oh, my God, he's going to give up like 5 runs right here.
No,
which is not a rational thought, but
he ggets the first 2 guys out. Then he walks. How about John Singleton, Phillies legend?
Yes, sir.
He walks John Singleton, and then he gets out Pena to end the inning. And then all of a sudden, you go, all right, that's been that spot for Aaron Nola for a lot of his career. The Phillies put up a couple runs, and then he gives them right back. And that didn't happen yesterday. So I wanted to give Aaron Nola his credit because I am pretty critical of him. But I do believe that he's still a good pitcher. And he showed up yesterday. And you know what was great? Because I started getting some, speaking of concerns, I haven't liked what I've seen out of Austin Hayes. Now, again, he missed time because of the hamstring injury. So I couldn't, it's not like I've come.
Really? You haven't liked what you've seen out of him?
I mean, I haven't been the biggest fan, but yesterday was great.
Yeah, I don't know. I
think he's another platoon player. I don't look at him as this everyday starter.
Well, he's not great. I think we have to remember who we're comparing him to. He's not Bryce Harper. He's not Trey Turner.
He's not.
But
you're right.
Could he be an everyday left fielder for this team next year if they want to do that?
Maybe.
I mean, he's been a nice pickup at the trade deadline.
Yes.
He's been as good as you can expect a trade deadline acquisition for what they gave up to be.
Correct. I agree with you there. So a nice night for him. Nice night for the Phillies. They win 5-0. And we'll see if they can sweep the Astros tonight with Taiwan Walker on the mound. Coming up next, we reset the show. And you mentioned Nick Castellanos. Big home run yesterday. I got a question about Nick Castellanos. Because I have a feeling that I like him more than most. I want to know why. It's Kincade and Salciunas. on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. A hot one today. Begun. Connor just asked me during the break, said, what's the weather today? So for the audience at home, me, Connor, and Brendan are golfing after the show with my buddy Jimmy. And I go, oh, you didn't look at the weather? High at 97 today.
Yeah, it's the last day of summer today, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Because, again, cools off. Again, this weekend's back to what we kind of had last week where it was getting down to the 60s at night, which I freaking
Football
love.
weather.
But you're all 97 done.
No, I love this. That's the best news I could have heard.
Yeah, no, I hope
Get a good sweat
there's
going.
season. No, I hope there's a lot of trees on this course because I just want to stay in the shade.
There's shade.
All right, good. Coming up around 7:10, I want to get into a discussion about Nick Castellanos. And it's something that I think will get a lot of reaction. So be ready to text in, be ready to call in. But I kind of want to do a temperature check with the audience, the Phillies fans, about Nick Castellanos, because I don't think people like him all that much, and I want to know why. So we'll talk about that coming up in a little bit. But here's what we started off with. The Eagles got down to their 53-man roster yesterday. And Howie Roseman, let's play that clip again, Brendan. They got through the roster, and he was asked about the depth on the team because, let's face it, this team has a lot of talent with 22 guys. Oh, I can't take away Jake Elliott, 23 guys, and Braden Mann, 24, and Rick Lovato, 25. You're
counting up.
Your starting 25 is tremendous. Here was Howie Roseman yesterday. And again, if you're just tuning in, I went on a whole diatribe. I believe this team's going 12-5. I think they're winning the division. I think they're not playing starters in Week 18 unless they are fighting for the 1 seed in the NFC. That's how good I think this football team will be. Okay? I think this team's going to be very good. I think the defense is going to be better than last year. I think Vic Fangio has a lot to do with that and the youth movement that we're seeing that Howie Roseman did via the draft, not just this past draft, but 2-3 years ago with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. I think the offense is going to be much better this year with Kellen Moore's creativity. I think Jalen Hurts is going to be put in better positions. I think he's not going to have to play hero ball, and I think he's going to be more like 2022 where he's playing smart because last year he didn't, but I think he also had to try to overcome the issues of Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson. But Howie Roseman said this yesterday, and it gave me some concern heading into this season.
I probably look at it more so because of how top-heavy we are from a contract perspective. We have a lot of good players making well-deserved money that we have to have the bottom of our roster as much on rookie deals as possible. And we've been fortunate that even though that we've paid these guys, that we have had some picks. And at the same time, they got to prove it. You know, nobody's on scholarship here. So it's well-deserved that those guys have had the opportunity to make this team. And I think it is important as you build your roster to compete for championships that you have a growing young core that you can build with along with the guys that you're paying.
Yes, all of that is true. If we're talking about trying to build a dynasty, right? All of that is true. But I don't think this is year one of a rebuild. Like, we're talking NFC Championship stuff.
Right.
All right, next week we'll be getting to Super Bowl stuff. That's how high we think of this team. If a couple guys go down, those young players that Howie Roseman's talking about, especially the guys that were fighting for a roster spot. I mean, Thomas Booker was fighting for a roster spot. He's listed as a second stringer. A 53rd guy is listed as a second stringer.
Yeah, one position. Like, I don't know. What I go back to is what happened. I hate to bring up the Chiefs of 2 years ago because we know who they beat in the Super Bowl. But, like, when you look at that 2022 Chiefs defense with the young players in the secondary, that they started multiple rookies out there in the Super Bowl, that wasn't an injury thing. That was we chose to go about our season this way. And how did it work? Well, because the offense was unstoppable, because you have a great quarterback, because you are going to score enough points that it gives them time to build confidence over the course of the season so that when you hit the postseason, they know enough and your offense is still high enough powered that it doesn't ultimately matter. That's the way. We had the conversation about the Eagles' offense carrying the defense. It may have been when you were out. It may have been one of the days where John and I were sitting in here. But we had that conversation about how do you feel about that, and does it worry you? Because that's what we talked about last year.
Right.
That's reality for a lot of the NFL. Your offense has to carry your defense. There is no more defense wins championships.
Right.
That's 1980s football. That does not exist. The offense needs to be great. And all this does is, well, it makes you a little bit more nervous about the depth on the defensive side of the ball and maybe in some spots.
But the funny thing is the secondary, I actually like the depth. Like the cornerbacks, I like the depth of the Eagles. Like that cornerback room, I feel pretty comfortable about.
Well, where don't you? It's basically defensive line. You don't like it.
And I don't like the starters except for Jalen Carter. And I like Jordan Davis. It's just I need to see it put together for a full season. And you and I think differently about the offensive line.
Right.
I don't feel as comfortable about the offensive line depth as you do.
Yeah, linebacker, we know what they are.
Like Mekhi Becton was brought in to be a swing tackle. He's now your starting right guard.
Okay, but like Mekhi Becton was a former premier first-round pick, and he's at Stoutland U now. I don't care if he flunked out of whatever other college.
No, but what I'm saying he's now your starting right guard. Like the guy that you brought in for depth is now your starter because the guy that you thought would be the starter was not good enough.
Well, you could choose to look at that different ways. You could say the guy that you expected to be the starter was not good enough, or you could say Mekhi Becton is going to live up to the pedigree of the player he was when he came out of school and got drafted in the first round by the New York Jets.
Yes.
Highly in the first round. So it doesn't have to be a bad thing that it's not the guy we thought. I think they have a lot of talent, and now you have that guy in Tyler Steen, who I think most of the reason he doesn't have that job is injury. Like, you're looking at
well, I mean, that
there.
didn't help him, but every reporter was saying how Mekhi Becton was winning the camp battle.
And he could be winning it by, like I don't know, he could be winning it by being great, and Tyler Steen's just good. I think there's more depth there than you think.
Okay, and look, again, this show is not me trying to create panic. Like, I feel bad that our man Miz was like, yeah, man, you know what? I feel the same way. Like, I'm not trying to create panic. I want you to help me. This is a therapy session for me when it comes to the Eagles' depth. So what do we have on the text line, B-Gun? And then we're going to get into this Nick Castellanos conversation in a few minutes. You can text the show. You can call in at 610-632-0975. And the jumping off point was we always say injuries aside, this is my prediction for the season. Well, you can't necessarily always put injuries aside in the NFL. And when I look at the depth, there are areas for me to be concerned. But what do we got?
Yeah, we got a non-named texter in the 609. They're saying, Andrew, you're panicking. No team has a team full of Pro Bowl players, then has backups also capable of making the Pro Bowl. The young guys got to play eventually, otherwise, why draft them?
Look, I'm not panicking because I still think they win 12 games. Every year in the NFL, you hear about this guy that came out of nowhere.
Right.
That could be the Eagles.
Yeah.
One of these young guys could be that guy that comes out of nowhere. But the guys that you're going to rely on, like in the Kobe Dean, I've seen now. I have seen kind of Nolan Smith, and the team was still playing him in the third preseason game. Now, he had great quotes. He said, it's football. Why shouldn't I be playing? I loved it. Like, again, I need that guy to be good.
He's got the mentality.
I need Nolan Smith to be good at football because I love everything that dude says. But in limited opportunities last year, I saw him hit a quarterback and fall down every single time.
It's not great for him so far, but that's the thing. It's not a far jump to say these guys. Here's the other thing. We keep comparing it to like last year's team, but let's just compare it to where we could be in general. Like the guys that we're worried about are first-round selections, second-round selections, like guys that have come off one of the greatest defenses in college football history. Now, Georgia, you have a lot of those guys that you have to figure it out. I don't know, man. It's not like they're nobodies. There are very few, even when you look at like the potentially young players that could have to step into a role. There are very few nobodies on this roster. The linebacker core has a couple of them in the depth. The offensive line has a couple of them, but that's because you spent so much money already on the offense.
Right.
Like the secondary, we know all these guys from time that they've been here or high draft capital. Like, I don't know. I don't look at many spots on this roster and say, I'm overly worried about that position group, top to bottom, even with the depth.
Okay. All right, and that's fair. All right, give us one more text. I have an insane stat for you that involves my favorite all-time baseball player.
Ooh.
And then we'll get to this Nick Castellanos conversation. But give us one more text there, B-Gun.
Yeah, we got Eddie and Delco checking in. He says hindsight is 2020. In 2017, at this point in August, maybe we didn't know if we had depth or not. You had to find out, and it could be the same thing this year.
Spot on. I had no idea that Halapoulivaati Vaitai would slide in for Hall of Famer Jason Peters and be fine.
We didn't know that Corey Clement was going to have like an unbelievable Super Bowl.
Right.
Like, he was going to be a big piece of that team scoring touchdowns. He got 3 in one game, I think.
Yeah, and that touchdown catch was like, that's a highlight reel catch. So
yes. That's
a great text, great way to put it in perspective, and again, great way to try to put me at ease because that's what I'm doing today for myself. This is this is my show today. All right,
it's your show
guys
every
are here.
day.
No, I do the show for the audience, what I think they want to hear about. Today, I'm doing this for me.
Okay.
You can text in at 610-632-0975. Try to help me out a little bit. Or you can be the bad friend that tells me to just get over myself and you kick me while I'm down. Now, before this Castellanos thing, insane stat from Jim Passon. Not Jeff Passon.
No. They
Jim
related?
Passon. I don't think so.
Okay. But I know who it's about.
Ichiro.
Of course it is.
This is insane. All right. If you guys don't know, Ichiro Suzuki is my favorite all-time baseball player. Ichiro Suzuki has 2,181 more hits than Juan Soto. And you're probably thinking, well, I mean, no duh. Ichiro played 19 years. Juan Soto's in year 7. Ichiro played 2,653 games in Major League Baseball and also, his games overseas. 2,653 games in the major leagues. Juan Soto has played 908. So, almost 2,000 more games than him. Juan Soto has 102 more walks than Ichiro did in his entire career.
Wait, what?
Because Ichiro swung at everything.
Well, yeah, but still.
He didn't look for walks.
That's crazy.
The most walks that Ichiro ever had in a season was his second year in 2002 when he had 68. Juan Soto's most walks was in 2021 when he had 145, more than double.
That is...
Baseball is a funny thing, man, because...
That's nuts.
Juan Soto's a future Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Ichiro's going to be... is he in it yet?
No,
not yet, because it'll be 5 years next year. This has been 5 years, so he'll be in the Hall of Fame next year.
First ballot.
Because he played 2 games in 2019. Come on, dude. Why'd you do that to yourself? But that's pretty wild. Baseball's a funny sport. Okay.
It is.
I have a Nick Castellanos question that I want to talk to you about, that I want to talk to B. Gunn about, but I really want to hear from the audience because sometimes the audience might react a little bit more than we do to certain things. Now, today is one of those days that I do wish John Kincade was here. No disrespect to you. I just know that
some taken.
I just know that John Kincade would pop off a little bit about this. And oh, by the way, there's something coming up at 7:30 that I definitely wish John was here about. But you are actually probably perfect for sitting in for him today. So be ready for 7:30 as well. You're in a bit of a trap.
I'm ready all the time.
All right. Nick Castellanos yesterday had the big home run. 3-run home run. Phillies win 5-0. I want to know from the audience today. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. Where you're at with Nick Castellanos. Like, I want to get a temperature check. And I want to know Nick Castellanos from the time he signed here to today. Not where are you at this morning because he had the big home run last night. I want to know in the amount of games that he's played 136 his first season here, 157 last year, 132 this year. The guy doesn't really miss time. Guy plays a lot of baseball. The guy is also playing on a big contract. I know that. The way a lot of people talk about Nick Castellanos, you would think he stunk. Like, you would think he was a horrible baseball player. I have seen people compare him to Tobias Harris, guy that got a big contract and didn't necessarily live up to the hype, and you gave it to him because you needed that position, right? And that's kind of what the Tobias Harris situation was. They needed somebody with that max slot. They didn't want to lose it, and he was a position of need. I get it. But Nick Castellanos has done more in the playoffs for the Phillies than Tobias Harris ever did for the Sixers. Nick Castellanos was being compared statistically to Reggie Jackson last year, right? He was huge for them in the wild card and the NLDS. He was horrible in the NLCS. Horrible.
So
tell me a player that wasn't.
Everybody.
Right, exactly. Brandon Marsh. Other than Brandon Marsh, tell me a player that was not horrible in the NLCS last year.
Corbin Carroll.
Thank you.
Sorry.
In 2022, he wasn't great in the playoffs, but in 2022, he at least had moments, including the Braves series. He had 2 ribbies in that first game on the road in which they won. 2 RBI in a game Oh, they got to steal game one. They got to steal game one. We talked about that in the Cardinals series, the Braves series, the Padres series, and also the World Series. He was one of the reasons why you stole game one against the Atlanta Braves, that and Rob Thompson's incredible managerial decisions. Nick Castellanos has not been a bad baseball player here.
No, he is not. I was going to say not even close. He hasn't, but he's had stretches where he has been. That's the thing. He's been streaky.
Right. Now, you said something during the break that I was going to say on the air, but I will let you be the guy that takes credit for it.
Castellanos is basically Rhys Hoskins if you just took away the walks. They're the same. They're the same player. They're streaky hitters with really big upside. When they get going, they can be red hot. There are times in Nick Castellanos' career here in Philadelphia where there is not a player on the planet that I would rather have at the plate than him. And there are times. No, there are legitimately, last year when he was in that Reggie Jackson postseason stretch.
In the playoffs.
He can get insanely red hot. Then he can get really, really cold. The only difference is he doesn't see pitches the same way, so the on-base percentage isn't remotely.
Well, and there's another big difference is that Rhys Hoskins you could pencil in for 30 home runs. He has not hit 30 yet in his career. With the Phillies.
But the doubles weren't the same thing, and the defense is a little bit more competent with Nick Castellanos.
Yeah,
different position, but they are the same type of mold of player.
Yeah, the streaky player. Now, here's the funny thing. He's been their most probably consistent hitter for an extended period of time this season.
Yeah.
He batted 193 in April. Remember, he was the worst player in the world. 229 in May. Not much better. 276 in June, 275 in July, 292 in August. He has 3 home runs in the month of August, 4 in July, 4 in June. Last year, if you talked to, and I'm not saying this because he's not here, we literally have had this conversation on the air. You were actually out that day when he didn't, I literally opened his eyes to it in Johnny. And John's not alone. There are a lot of people that feel the same way. You would think that Nick Castellanos, after the All-Star break last season, was horrible.
Yeah, bat 160 or something.
Because John and I have argued this multiple times. I still believe that Nick Castellanos was the team MVP last year for multiple reasons. Bryce Harper was out for some time. When Rhys Hoskins went down, it was, oh man, thank God we have Trey Turner because that right-handed pop in the lineup is gone now.
And then Trey Turner forgot how to play baseball for 4 months.
And you know who didn't?
Nick Castellanos.
And then after the All-Star break, in the month of July last year, he hit 162. Horrible. It's okay. Guys have bad months. Do you know what he did in August?
240?
293. He hit 8 home runs, which was his highest home run total in a month last season.
That was the month where the Phillies, as an offense, had one of the top 5 home runs in a months in MLB history.
But people think he was only good in the first half.
Right.
He literally had a great month of August, and then in the month of September, he batted only 240, but had 7 home runs and 23 RBIs, which tied the most RBIs he had out of any of the months. His most also was August when he had 8 home runs. Nick Castellanos was very good last year. I want to make this clear. Nick Castellanos in 2023 was a very good baseball player, an all-star, and one of your best bats in the playoffs, except for the NLCS, and 7 other guys were horrible in the NLCS. This year, he had a horrible month of April, a not-so-great month of May compared, in terms of what he's getting paid for. Since then, has been one of your better players. He is 3rd on the team in home runs, behind Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper. Duh.
Right.
Okay? He's 4th on the team in RBIs behind those same 2 players and Alec Boehm, who was driving in 3 runs a game, it seemed like, at the beginning of the season. Nick Castellanos is one of your better players this year, and they have the best record in baseball.
So why does he drive people so insane?
I don't know. I get it, too. The attitude sometimes bothers me, okay? The swinging at pitches that are 8 feet out of his zone and his helmet flying off because he's trying to hit a home run. I get it. But if you take a step back and you look at the numbers and what he has done in his time in Philadelphia, year 1 was not good. I'm not going to say that year 1 is okay. And I'm not going to give him the excuse of new environment, all that kind of stuff, because he played for 3 teams before that and was just fine. He played for Chicago, Detroit, and Cincinnati. He was just fine.
Oh, Philly's a little different, but yeah.
But you take into account this year and last year, Nick Castellanos has been consistently one of your best players. And yet people talk about him as if he stinks. And I need to know why. What is the fan base's problem with Nick Castellanos? You can chime in on the text line or the phone line, 610-632-0975. I want to get your reaction on this coming up next. But also coming up next, you might be in a bit of a trap, Connor.
That's okay. I can work my way out of it.
Because you like the player polls. You value them more than I do in the NFL.
Yeah.
The NFL, ESPN interviewed 100 players about the quarterbacks in the NFL. We'll talk about next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up in 30 minutes at 8 o'clock. And as much concern as I've had so far of the depth of this team, again, it's because I have high expectations for this team. It's not that this is a rebuilding team. They are retooling and they are doing a youth movement defensively. But with the youth movement comes some lack of depth. And because of the lack of depth, I have some concerns, and I didn't really have that until Howie Roseman spoke yesterday. But I do want to ask Adam Schefter this, and you and I are going to dive deeper into this after we speak with Schefter, because I'm curious to hear what he thinks. I want to know if the Eagles are going about roster building the right way. We celebrate what Howie Roseman does with the contracts, and look at what he did with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith early, and he did not get in the same area where CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase got in, where they just got their deals done basically at the final hour. Like, Howie Roseman works ahead, and I think he does all that kind of stuff right. The question is building a top-heavy team the correct way? The Eagles aren't trying to build a dynasty now, it seems like. Not just the one-year wonder. Howie, I think, is trying to get out of that mold, which he won you a Super Bowl doing it, got you back to another one. I think he wants consistency. So is he doing it the right way?
Well, I think the tough thing is there's such a one-off on an NFL roster at the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
So once you pay a quarterback, I think you kind of have to build a top-heavy roster. It's your only chance. Like, okay, I'm pot committed. I gave all this money to this guy. My cap space is already limited. So I'm just going to go out and throw big money at like some star players for that quarterback and hope that he's good enough to carry us to where we need to go. I think if you're San Francisco before they pay Brock Purdy, if you're Houston before they pay C.J. Stroud, you can build a more balanced roster and survive with that because you have cap to spread out. But I think in maximizing that, you just have to say, okay, I've got to get the best possible weapons and options for my offense. I'll figure out the defense, and I'll hope that my quarterback is good enough to do what Mahomes has done, to do what Brady did, to go out there and say, okay, we're going to just carry you to everything you need to be at.
Yeah, and I think there's probably not one real answer. Quarterback is obviously the number one thing. Like, if you have a quarterback, you have a chance of winning. It's just, what do you do everywhere else? Like, I rip the Bengals constantly for not having an offensive line in front of Joe Burrow, and that's why he's missed so much time. Then again, they still got to a Super Bowl without a great offensive line, whereas the Eagles live in the trenches, and they've also had success over a course of 25 years. So I wonder if there is not a correct way, but a way that Adam Schefter believes is the right way to build a roster. So we'll speak with him coming up at 8 o'clock. I want to get some reaction on this Nick Castellanos thing that I brought up last segment. What is the problem that people have with Castellanos? I seriously want to know. Like, I think people think he stinks, and he doesn't. It could be the attitude that people are bothered by.
I think that's part of it.
Like, John didn't like when he was struggling that he said, I don't watch film, and I tried telling John that, well, he didn't watch film in Detroit, Chicago, and Cincinnati as well, where he played so well that he got a 5-year, $100 million contract with the Phillies.
And Chunis, he said it again last night, and he's hitting the ball well. He says, I just go up there and swing at anything and everything. I was going to make an Ichiro joke when you were talking about him earlier. He didn't take walks. Well, neither did Nick Castellanos, because he also swings at everything. The issue with him, everybody should love him on paper. He plays every game. He's an all-star in this city. He goes out and he's performed in the biggest moments. It is the attitude in my mind, and that's the only thing. And once people make up their minds in the city for better or worse, because I'm like it too, they don't change their minds on it.
So are you on a negative side of Castellanos?
No, I like the attitude with Nick Castellanos.
Okay,
I think you need that in a locker room. Not everybody can be Bryce Harper, dead serious at all times. You're not going to win like that. You have to have different personalities in there. But I can see why it rubs guys like John the wrong way, because he's so nonchalant. He goes up there, he's got the long hair, unbuttoned shirt, got the chains coming out. Like, I can see why that rubs people the wrong way. But in Philadelphia, people make up their minds on people, and they never change on those players, for better or worse sometimes.
Well, it's the makeup of the guy, too. Like, we should not judge athletes' ability based on their personality. That's not fair to do, because it doesn't matter who you are as a person. What matters is how you perform during a game. But we'd be lying to ourselves if we said we didn't pick our favorites based on personality or other things outside of the game, the number they wear, the way they look, the way they act. Nick Castellanos is definitively not the archetype of a Philadelphia athlete. He's very calm. He's very laid back.
Right.
He's very, Yeah, it looks like he's not working as hard as he is. It looks like he's not trying as hard as he is. Visually, he does not meet the standard of the typical Philadelphia athlete. And while we should say, like in an ideal world, it doesn't matter if he gets results and he can help this team win. I don't care if he's Philly or not. But this is one of the toughest places in the country to do that because of how much we value that mentality and the work ethic and things like that. And I'm not saying Nick Castellanos doesn't have it. I'm saying it's very easy to perceive him as a guy who doesn't. I think that's tough for this fan base.
So, one more thing on Castellanos before I get to this quarterback thing in the NFL. And I want your reaction on the text line, 610-632-0975. I know we have a call on it, too, that we'll get to. So, this takes into account the bad first year, the all-star year in year 2, and the okay year in year 3, which is still better than a lot of the players on the team right now, mind you. Here's his average over the course of 3 seasons. 20 home runs, 80 RBI. Obviously, you wish that would be higher.
Yeah, closer to a hundo, but
262 batting average?
We'll take that.
That's Major League Baseball these days, right? And then it says 142 games played, but that's because he's only played in 132 so far this season because the season's still going on.
That's going to be closer to 150.
He plays every day. I want to know where we are at with Nick Castellanos. A little temperature check from day one of him getting here to today, not just after last night's game where he had the big home run. Where are you at with Castellanos? Let's go to Bryant in Jersey. Bryant, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Bryant?
Hey, what's up? In the beginning, Castellanos frustrated me a lot. Just basically because of his whole approach to the plate, where me and my buddies would always call him low and away because basically, I mean, you throw it low and away, and he was pretty much give him the swing at it and miss it. But lately, recently, I don't know. I kind of turned my tide again with Castellanos. Kind of. I think I don't know why. I think he's just. I think I've started to like his approach better now because it's just simple. I mean, I know it's the same thing where he just kind of goes up there and he doesn't really have an approach anymore. But I just think that when he thinks less, he's a better hitter. And I think when he goes up there and has to think a lot, I think that's what messes him up a lot.
And Brian, to like what you said earlier on your call, where you said, "Hey, I didn't really like him in year 1." Nobody should have. He was not good. Like he was a bad baseball player ultimately in his first year of the Phillies, and he had a couple of good moments against the Braves, and that was pretty much it in the rest of the playoffs. But last year he was an all-star, and this year he's been one of your more consistent players.
Well, the other thing is, I think the one other thing that surprised me about him is that I think he's an above-average defensive player. I mean, he actually looks.
I would say no to that, and the reason being, well, here's the reason why. Just because his fielding percentage might be good, he's not getting the balls in the gap.
Yeah. No, but I mean,
he's very good in his radius. We'll leave it at that.
That's true. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not a butcher. He's not like Kyle Schwarber and Rhys Hoskins. And thanks for the call, Brian. But there's a reason why you need Johan Rojas in center field.
Yeah, I think if you put Nick Castellanos and there was you determined his range versus ability to catch, and you had one of those XY axis,
right?
Those sports graphs, he'd be the face in the middle. I think he's just league average,
which is good. And look, he made a couple 2 years ago, that playoff run, those diving catches that he made.
Right.
I don't know where that came from. It was like Alec Boehm all over again. Remember Alec Boehm against the Cardinals? That was the same year where I bleep and hate it here. And then he makes diving. He was better than Nolan Arenado in a 2-game series.
He made the game-winning catch in Game 1 of the World Series, and then he took his shirt off like he was showing he didn't have a wire on underneath, mocking the Astros. Like, people should love that in this city, right?
Dude, exactly. You're spot on, but there are people that feel a certain type of way about Castellanos, and maybe it was year 1 bothered them so much that they've ignored what he's done in the last 2 years. Again, I had to point out to John at one point on this show that last year he wasn't horrible in the second half of the season. He was bad in the month of July. That was it. August, he was probably your third best player. And then in September and October, he was still very good. All right. Real quick, because this is something that needs to continue on the show as well. I told you, we had a lot going on. I used the first hour as a therapy session for myself.
Okay.
I find this interesting. So ESPN interviewed 103 active NFL players anonymously. We don't know who these players are, but they interviewed 103 anonymous players about quarterbacks. And like one of the questions was, who's the GOAT? And
Nick Foles.
Brady ran away with 85 votes. Mahomes got 7, and then they didn't even add who the other ones were. But I would imagine like Montana and all that kind of stuff, right? Ranked the top 3 quarterbacks. Mahomes got the majority of the points. Lamar Jackson was second. Joe Burrow was third. Which that's my top 3. I know people scoff at Joe Burrow because of the injuries and all that kind of stuff. If that guy can stay healthy, he's the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL.
He's a great player.
Okay.
Got no beef with that.
Who will be the most successful rookie and then have the best career? Caleb Williams got the most answers. Jaden Daniels right behind him. And J.J. McCarthy got the 3rd most, right? But I find this one interesting. Most overrated quarterback.
Oh, no.
Josh Allen came in at number 1.
Okay.
Tied for second was Tua Tagovailoa and Jalen Hurts. Now, I want you to think about this. You can agree or disagree. I don't think Jalen Hurts is overrated. You guys know how I feel about Jalen Hurts. I think 2022 was his best season, and if he can come close to that, that's all he needs to do. He doesn't have to go above and beyond with the players that are on this team. But here's what an anonymous NFC East player said about Jalen Hurts. How hard is it to throw jump balls to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith? By the way, their tight end, Dallas Goedert's really good. Like, that's how some players perceive Jalen Hurts. Now, the NFL Top 100 on NFL.com, he came in at what? Was it top 10?
15.
15. In this, he is the 2nd most overrated quarterbacks among his peers. You take more into the stock of the players speaking than I do. So, again, I can wash this away. Like, this doesn't mean anything to me. I want to hear your reaction to it because you take more stock into this than I do. It is Kincade and Salciunas, Connor in for John. We get to a lot of your texts as well coming up next. I know people want to talk about Nick Castellanos. I'm curious to see where the people are at. Right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
President General Manager Howie Roseman.
7 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor in for John this week. John will be back on Tuesday following Labor Day Monday. By the way, remember we played the Cooper DeJean audio where he got prank called?
Yeah.
Apparently Will Levis had the same thing happen to him.
Saw that.
And I don't know if I don't know Will Levis. Quote, I still have the number saved. I'll find him someday. They laughed
You
at me.
Liam Neeson?
Anybody who puts mayonnaise in their coffee, I don't want to mess with that
you know
guy.
what?
He might
You're
have messed
right. I
with the wrong
forgot
guy.
about that. He might be psychotic. And I'm not messing with that dude if he's putting mayo in your coffee. That's weird.
I mean, you're not going to track the guy down. Like, you could, but
dude,
he's not going to.
I don't think he's going to have much of an NFL career. He might be
you think he's going to have a lot of time on his hands?
He might be so upset. And he goes, you know what? I'm going to go after this.
He's got that list like the guy in Billy Madison.
Yeah,
rolls
If I
up.
did get drafted by that other team, I'd still be in the NFL.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's get to some texts in a second, but I want your reaction. And Brendan, where do you stand on this? When it comes to these like player polls, GM polls, executive polls, analyst polls, which one do you take the most stock in?
It's hard because I think you have to pick and choose because you remember a couple years ago they put in the players all pros and they voted a guy that returned all of 8 kicks as the all-pro returner. So sometimes I don't think they watch the games enough. And
That's why I don't value theirs.
Yeah, but at the same time when they play against it, I do have to take it into account. But when I see a guy overrated, I kind of take that as a good thing because look who's up there with. Tua led the league in yards. Josh Allen's up there, number one overrated quarterback according to the players. He's a franchise quarterback.
Right.
Like he's surrounded by other franchise quarterbacks. So in order to be overrated, you have to be properly rated by some other guys.
Now, Hurts was also not in the top 5. He did receive a few underrated votes, but majority was overrated. So, Connor, Mr. I Value Player Polls, what do you think about that?
I mean, I don't know. Here's the other thing, right? You've got to think about who would be in it over Jalen Hurts. Josh Allen being one makes sense. And then you said it's Jalen Hurts and Tua. They're in very similar situations where it's, okay.
Look at the weapons they have.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think that's just how people, I think he's a victim of his weapons. I don't think it's as much about Jalen Hurts, the player. I think it's people saying, look how good that team is. How do they not win so much every year?
Okay.
So I don't know that I even disagree with how they're evaluating. I would not put Jalen Hurts as one of the more overrated players in football simply because I believe in him, but I also have bias to the Philadelphia side.
Well, here are the players behind him. Herbert.
Okay, agree with that.
I would put him ahead of Hurts.
Absolutely.
Trevor Lawrence.
Totally agree.
Just got paid an exorbitant amount of money. I would put him ahead of Hurts in terms of overrated, in case somebody's just tuning in. Kyler Murray, I don't think he's really properly rated anymore. Like, what do you know about Kyler Murray at this point?
Yeah.
With all the injuries.
He was an MVP candidate, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
So
Here's the difference, though. Jalen Hurts was not overrated coming into the league. Like those other guys you mentioned, they were first-round draft picks. They came in with that quote-unquote pedigree. Jalen Hurts earned every bit of overration that he's getting.
Easy. That's going too much on the draft position. Remember who he was in college. He was a big-time college football player.
He was.
He was a national champion. He was a Heisman Trophy candidate. He was a great player for 2
But he was not
major-
thought of as an NFL quarterback.
By
Eagles
who?
overdrafted him in the second round, according to many.
He was thought of by maybe GMs and stuff, but nobody saw Jalen Hurts. Like when Russell Wilson came out of Wisconsin, there were a bunch of people because he was a 4th-round draft pick. They were like, "Who's that guy?" They're like, there was nobody when Jalen Hurts came off the board for the Eagles that was like, "Who's Jalen Hurts? Why is he getting?"
Right. People knew who Jalen Hurts was, and
So-
that's why there was such a reaction to it.
Right. I don't
when he
want to
was
overstate.
drafted.
You're absolutely right. He didn't have the pedigree of a top 10 first-round pick. Like this guy's a great prospect, but I don't want to treat it like Jalen Hurts was nobody coming out of school. You know?
Nah, I get you.
All right, what do we have on the text line about this Nick Castellanos conversation that we had starting at 7:30, where I believe he's I'll say it. I think he's underrated in this city, but what do we got?
All right, I'm going to ask you guys what you want. The properly measured response or the extreme hater response?
Let's go with the extreme hater response.
that's what I want.
Because that's what look, again, I'm asking what the temperature check is, right? I just said I think he's underrated in the city. I do believe that. And look, people can say that he's underperformed in terms of his contract. That's fair. But if you compare him to some of his teammates, he's been more consistent than a couple of guys on this roster that are also high paid. Well, what do you got?
We got Pete and Allentown checking in. I do not like Nick. He is a jerk. His interviews always rub me the wrong way. But the biggest reason I can't stand this guy is when his back goes cold, and it inevitably will in the playoffs. He cannot hit a beach ball. He plays every day. So what? That is not his doing. It's our stupid manager's fault. The freaking guy should be given off whenever he likes or not because he's not that good. Harper's the one who should never sit. Pete in Allentown.
So
Pete.
here's the problem. Because he says when his bat inevitably goes cold in the playoffs. Once more, he was horrible in the NLCS, as was 7 other starters. Brandon Marsh was the only guy that was consistently hitting the baseball in that series. Kyle Schwarber had a couple of hits. In the playoff round before, in the 4 games against the Braves, tell me if this is cold. 7 for 15, 4 home runs, batting .467, an all-base of .529 because he also walked twice and only struck out once. Is that cold?
No, that's about as scorching hot as anybody besides. I'm just going to throw like a random name out there. Who is a great like playoff baseball player?
Reggie Jackson.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's as hot as like anybody since Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, like you can't have. You want to. The first part of that text, I don't like his attitude, all that kind of stuff. I get it.
Yeah,
I can see why it bothers people. It bothered me like year one. I've kind of grown to just get used to it. Like that's who he is. I don't think he's putting on some false facade. I wasn't really paying attention to many interviews of his when he was with the Reds and Cubs and Tigers. The only one I really remember was when he basically said that Rob Manfred sucks, and I was like, you know what? I like that guy. I like that Nick Castellanos. But that's who he is, and whether you like the personality or not, that's your decision, right? You cannot like the personality.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
But to say that the guy was not your all-star last year, not just playing in the Midsummer Classic, I mean legitimately was your all-star on the team, and to say that he hasn't been one of your more consistent players this year would actually just be falsely incorrect because he has been consistent since the start of June. And he's third in a lot of statistical categories for the best team in baseball record-wise. But people feel a certain type of way about him, clearly. All right, 8 o'clock hours ahead of us. The Castellanos conversation will not go away, but we start the 8 o'clock hour with Adam Schefter as we do every single Wednesday. I'll ask him, I kind of teased it to you guys earlier, is there a right way to build an NFL roster, and are the Eagles doing it in terms of trying to get a dynasty? We'll talk to Schefter about that coming up at 8 o'clock and a whole lot more. Also, today's headlines with Brendan Gunn will follow right here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. a.m. on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor in for John this week. And it is a Wednesday morning, so we will be joined momentarily by the great Adam Schefter of ESPN, and we'll get to react to roster cutdown day yesterday for the Philadelphia Eagles. And then I'll also ask him at some point if the Eagles are building the roster the right way and if there is a right way. But we're going to start off with some reaction to cutdown day because we all know the biggest surprise was that James Bradberry did indeed make the roster. So let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, Connor, how are we doing this morning?
We are tremendous. Thank you for joining us as always. The day after cutdown day, yesterday, 4 o'clock, the rosters had to be finalized. And the biggest surprise for the Eagles, or at least Eagles fans, is that James Bradberry did indeed make the roster. What have you heard about Bradberry leading up to cutdown day? I know there was talks about him potentially being traded or him not making the team, but ultimately he did. What did you hear about Bradberry?
And they did, I think, in part because they recognize what he does bring, and they still can use him at safety some. And obviously, just because roster cutdown day comes and goes without a trade doesn't mean at some point later on some team could make an offer at the right price that would entice them. But they felt like he was one of their best 53 players. They felt like the value was there. So they decided to keep him. And, yeah, there had been some speculation around the league whether or not he could be traded, but ultimately he was not. And they believe that there's a role for him, and we'll see how that plays out this season now.
Now, Adam, there weren't a lot of questions when it came to who's going to make the Eagles 53 man. Not that much to talk about leading up to it. What does that say to you about a roster when you see something where it's pretty much set before the deadline? Does that say lack of depth or?
Well, I think it's an experienced, seasoned roster. And I think that that's probably the case with many teams. When these teams go to training camp, I think most teams honestly know 45 to 50 of the players that are going to be on that roster. And then it's for the remaining spots, the 4, 5, 6 spots, not to mention the practice squad, the 16-man practice squad that they're going to be fielding. And, you'll notice yesterday Howie Roseman saying, the roster was weighted more towards defense, I believe, the final roster. It was like 3 more defenders than offensive players. But, the practice squad serves that purpose. Like the Detroit Lions are going to sign Tim Patrick as a wide receiver to their practice squad. And they're going to leave him on the practice squad for the next couple of weeks until he's acclimated and knows their playbook and he's comfortable. And it wouldn't be a surprise if he plays week 1. But the practice squad now becomes a stashing facility, basically, to be able to promote a guy onto your active roster and to have 16 guys that are right there in your minor league system, so to speak. So I think most teams know their rosters going in, the majority of their rosters, and then they're trying to figure out what's the best way to round it out with those few spots that are in question.
Speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, speaking of the roster, Schefty, one of the things that we started talking about during today's show is whether or not there is a right way to go about building a roster. We all know that it starts at the quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's everything else after that.
Yeah.
Howie Roseman is trying to build what we believe is a dynasty because we're used to the one-off, the 2017 Super Bowl year, and then 2022, and then we saw what happened last year. Do you believe the Eagles are going about building a roster the correct way, if there is a correct way, to try to have sustained success over the next couple of seasons?
There's so many ways to do it. The correct way is to win.
Right.
And so if they win this year, then you'll say, yeah, he's building the roster the right way. And if they lose and Jalen Hurts regresses, you're going to say, well, this roster isn't being built the right way. So I don't know if there's a right or wrong way. You're kind of piecemealing it as you go. It's almost like, honestly, to a much lesser extent, a fancy football draft. Like you're building a roster, and you think you may be going a certain way, and then the draft takes you another, and you feel like you need to strengthen another area there. These things are works in progress all the time, and it's no different for an NFL roster. I think they're very happy with the roster they've built, but if they don't win the season, they don't perform, what does it matter?
Adam, now that we're down to 53 around the NFL, we can truly evaluate how the Eagles stack up. And I know you've been high on this roster even before cutdown day. Where do the Eagles match up with the rest of the league now that everyone's down to 53?
Well, I don't think this is the time to stack them up against everybody else. Again, we can look at the Eagles roster and say that's a talented roster, and it is. We know that. But, again, they're going to open the season against the Packers. Who cares how they stack up against other teams if they lose opening night in Brazil? Doesn't matter. You can be worried about week 2 and trying to avoid going 0-2 if they lose that first week. So, no. And again, I'm going to come back to this again. But, we think today that they have the most talented roster in the division. What does that mean? It means nothing right now. Because if Jaden Daniels comes back, he comes in and does what a lot of people think he could, and if he's that quarterback, and he has a C.J. Stroud type of effect on that franchise, so what if we'll have what we think is the best roster talent-wise on August 28th? It doesn't matter because Jaden Daniels is going to be in that division for the next 15 years or so. So, again, these things are always fluid, and that's why it's so interesting for fans to follow, for us to talk about, because what we think today might not be the case 3 weeks from now.
Schefty, the fine people at ESPN put out another list. Now, this time it was voted on by players.
I don't even know who puts out these lists. Okay, but okay. Yeah.
There were 103 NFL players that were interviewed anonymously about quarterbacks all across the league. And one of the questions was who the most overrated quarterback was. And again, these are the players. These are not analysts. These are not the coaches and executives. Josh Allen came in at number 1, but Jalen Hurts came in at number 2. I remember the executive coaches polls where they did the top 10 quarterbacks. Hurts came in outside the top 10 at number 13. What is the perception of Jalen Hurts outside of Philadelphia? I know what we say here in Philly, but what do people, when you talk to people around the league, say about Hurts?
I think the perception of Jalen Hurts is he's a good quarterback, and this becomes an important year for him. Is he going to be the quarterback that he was 2 years ago when he might have been the MVP in the National Football League? Or is he going to be the quarterback last year where he struggled, the team didn't perform? Which Jalen Hurts are we getting this year? Do we know?
We'll find out. I think it's going to be more so like 2022.
Well, if it is, then they're going to have a great year, and he's going to be talked about in rarefied air. And if he's not, then he's going to be scrutinized and criticized. And that's just the way it goes. Like, I think the perception of him is that he was on the verge of being a great quarterback, didn't take the step last year, and now everybody waits to see what he does this year.
Now, Adam, on the national scale, it's still a division, but a bigger story. CeeDee Lamb gets his deal done with the Cowboys. What's the situation down there in Dallas? Is everything all good now that he's gotten paid? And how did that all wrap up?
Well, it's good with CD right now. You'd have to ask Dak and Micah Parsons if they feel the same way. But right now, it's a situation where we're in late August, and it was going to be go time all along for CeeDee Lamb, for Jamar Chase, for Brandon Ayuk, for Trent Williams, for Hassan Reddick, for every single guy who's out there with a significant unresolved situation. Like, there is less than 2 weeks till the start of the regular season, and everybody knows it. So I think there's a renewed effort from everybody to try to see if there's a way to figure out some of these standoffs. And in the case of CeeDee Lamb and the Dallas Cowboys, that was the easiest one of all these to figure out by far. And it shouldn't have lasted as long as it did, but it did. And so with that one being as simple as it was to figure out, they were able to get it done on Monday, and they get CD into camp. Now they got to get his conditioning level up. He was working out, training in Florida. Not exactly the same as football, but I'm sure he's in great shape. CD is the kind of guy that can run all day. And so he'll be ready for the regular season opener against the Cleveland Browns, and I would expect it'll be basically a full run for him.
Schefty, were there any surprising cuts around the NFL yesterday?
Well, it's a hard surprising. Of course, there's always going to be some surprising things. The Browns carried 4 quarterbacks. The Packers don't have a kicker going into that Friday night opener right now. Of course, they're going to have one. We'll see who they decide to go with this week. And there are things like that that are interesting. I don't know if any of them are overly surprising. I'm trying to think of a guy like, wow, I was expecting that guy to make it. I don't know if there's one of those names that's out there right now that's so obvious to me. Honestly, it's probably more in a local market where people are tracking the back end of the team. I'm not tracking the 51st, 52nd guy to know that it's a big surprise.
Yeah, I was joking around about this yesterday when the first couple of names started coming out. I was reading some Eagles fans' responses, and it was like, "Oh, I really thought this guy had a future with the team," and I'm like, there's a reason why I didn't make the roster.
Well, yeah, but again, I'm not as closely in tune with the final 4 or 5 roster spots on a team, and people who are watching every single thing of their teams sometimes are, a little more knowledgeable in those areas, and so they may be surprised that a back end guy get cut. But to me, it's just an unfortunate circumstance. It's more a name than a surprise.
All right, Schefty, before we let you go, what's the schedule of Adam Schefter like? Starting next week, it's week 1. We got Thursday night against the Ravens and the Chiefs. Obviously, the Eagles play Friday night in Sao Paulo against the Packers. So what is the life of Adam Schefter like beginning Monday of next week in September?
Well, it's always an adjustment to get back into the routine of the season, because it is a routine that you've done. And so this is the last week. Today, I'm actually headed to Bristol, Connecticut. They do at the headquarters something called a Newsmaker Series, and they occasionally, sporadically bring in guest speakers. And so they have me and Jason Kelsey doing the Newsmaker Series for employees at an auditorium in Bristol today. So I'm headed up to Bristol here in a short time, about to drive up there. I think it's the only thing that Jason Kelsey is the newsmaker today, considering that he's making a lot of news with his podcast deal.
Yeah,
$100 million?
That was, imagine he just finished his career and just signed a $100 million contract.
Well, here's my first question to him today. Does he regret playing as long as he did, knowing that there was so much money on the other side now?
That's actually a fascinating question. And here's the other thing, he still has his locker at NovaCare. What do you know? Maybe you'll find out more talking to him. What is his involvement with the Eagles right now? Because I know he's still around a lot.
Well, I think that's it. It's a part of his life. And when you're dedicated to a group, an organization, you still feel a part of it, even though you're transitioning to the next chapter of your life. He lives in Philadelphia. Those are his friends. They have his lot. That's part of his life. And the longer of it, the more he'll disconnect from it. But he's not obviously overly disconnected right now to it, nor should he be. So, those are his good friends. Those are people he's been in battles with. So there's a huge emotional connection still. His friends are still there. So, yeah, he's tied in there. So his involvement is to be viewed in different ways. I think it's emotional as much as it is just mental.
Fascinating. Schefty, listen, man, we appreciate it as always. We'll talk to you again next week, a day before the first NFL game and 2 days before the Eagles kick off their 2024 season.
Getting close now. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Have a great week. We'll talk next Wednesday.
You're the
Thanks,
man.
Adam.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Yeah, the life of Adam Schefter, it's always busy, but he does all the Monday Night Football stuff. So he's traveling constantly, and already did because he was traveling at all the different camps.
Right, and he's constantly on the phone and constantly doing this, that. This is his busy season. It's only, now the good news is it's only 8 months out of the year. So he gets 4 months while all he's tracking is, all the off-season news. Yeah, that's a busy guy right there.
He's off the air, so I can ask. Would you want to be Adam Schefter?
No. No, not remotely. It's all due respect. I respect the hell out of what he does. I could not be that plugged in all the time. I can't, dude.
So, and it's funny, I didn't think of it first with Schefty. But Kay Adams clearly wanting Sham Charania.
Yeah, dude.
And Sham's just being like, sorry, I can't. At least that's how it seems.
Married to the game, baby.
Chrissy's at work. If Kay Adams was like, hey, Andrew, you put down the phone for a minute? Yeah. Sham's like, nah, I can't because I need to find out if Marcus Morris is going to get signed by the Sixers.
You're being too accessible. You got to play hard to get. Hang on a second, okay? I'm getting a text here. LeBron considering Philadelphia. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want that life.
No, it's they're making buku bucks. all the money in the world. Now, Schefter has a family, so Schefter, can provide with his family. But
yeah. But on a much smaller scale, I have people tell me that they wouldn't wake up at 4 a.m. for any job. And I'm like, well, I love what we do here. We get up early. There's a lot of people who wouldn't do that. If you like what you do and if you're passionate about it and if it's what your calling is, you'll move mountains to make it happen. I'm just not that invested in what they do, so that's why they do it.
Right. All right. I got to read this tweet before we get to headlines. My man Anthony M. Schmall. Have you met Ant?
I don't think so.
All right. Ant's a great dude. We have 2 local Lions fans, him and Alfie. I don't know how this happens. But this is coming from a Lions fan. He says, sorry, but that's weird. Jason Kelsey's friends are there. Yeah, and my buddy who quit at my job has a buddy here, but he didn't get to keep his access card. Get rid of the locker. Well, man, it's different. It's football.
Right. Come on.
By the way, Jason Kelsey can do whatever he wants. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Gunner?
All right, so today we were talking about Nick Castellanos and saw some fans in the fan base don't vibe with his personality and his attitude a little bit. Well, another guy that beat of his own drum, I should say, is the guy that was drafted here in June, Jared McCain. He was on Podcast P with Paul George the other day, and he talked a little bit about how people don't like his TikToks, painting his nails, and how he reacts to that and what he wants to be remembered for and his number one priority.
At first, it was tough because I was like, I'm trying to spread positivity, and then people are hating, saying everything to me at games. It was crazy. That's all they want is a reaction. I got to tell my parents, like, they want to respond more than I do. And I got to tell them, like, no, like, just chill. Yeah. Like, just chill. It's all right. You get used to it at a certain point. I didn't really like how just people talk about the nails, the TikToks more than basketball. I'm like, I've done basketball since I was 3 years old. I do this stuff on the side, but obviously it's got me where I'm at today. But when they try to overshadow, like, my hard work in basketball just by saying the TikTok and the TikTok nails, stuff, that's when I hate it. But each something we got to live with.
Look. I'm glad that he's already kind of realizing that people feel a certain type of way. Look, let's not act like he played basketball at, go Temple. Let's not act like he played basketball at Temple.
Don't do that.
He played at Duke, right? Yeah. So he played at a very intense program.
Yeah, who cares about the program? Everybody in college basketball hates you. If you're a Duke fan, if you're a Duke player, everybody's rooting against you.
Right. So I'm glad that he's kind of realized this. But, like, there shouldn't be a surprise. If you have a bad game, you are going to get ripped for spending time on TikTok. He can do whatever the hell he wants in his free time. I don't care. But just don't be surprised if you see that. Like, I know there are people that come to his defense all the time.
Yeah.
Just realize, like, it's natural that there will be people. The Eagles' offensive lineman, where Jordan Mailata literally told a story that he was walking around Philly during the collapse last year and was yelled at by somebody driving by to stop focusing on his Christmas album and to start playing football. They record that album during the summer before training camp.
Right. It's not because it's fingernails painted or it's because it's the TikTok. You're just going to, whatever you do outside of your sport, people are going to get on you about. Like, let's say he was a car guy. He likes to rebuild cars. You have a bad game. People are going to be like, go back to the garage, rebuild cars. Like, yeah. It's not specifically
James Harden is a top 75 player all time.
Yeah.
First ballot Hall of Famer. The second he retires, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. You might as well just let him do the speech the day after he retires, right? That guy's been going to Vegas his entire career during off days. He did it during the playoff run here. I didn't like it, but it's been something he's been doing all his entire career.
Everyone has their thing. If it makes you happy.
As soon as you have a bag. Remember, games 1, 3, and 4, or 1, 3, and 5, whatever. James Harden was the best player on the team. But because they lost that series, it's because he went to Vegas.
Yep.
You forget about the other 3 games. You only point out Vegas because they lost the series. So I'm glad that Jared McCain has already realized this, but that's not going to go away anytime soon just because you're saying it out loud.
Yeah, all right. And then football season 10 days away. Eagles kicking off their season. And fantasy football is also around the corner. And usually there's some weird ways to determine draft orders. You can play mini golf. You just do the randomized order. Well, the Phillies were playing closest to the pin yesterday down at Citizens Bank Park for their league.
I love
It's all fun and games because Tommy Pham is not in their league and no one's getting punched in the face. But have you guys ever done any kind of weird draft determining order or anything like that?
So I run a league. Connor is in it.
Against my will.
Last year was the first year I did something different. I had Cooper basically pick the order. He has no idea.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, so I'm going to something like until he can, I probably realize what the hell's going on. I'm going to keep on having him do it. I think last year was literally I had stacked up 10 solo cups, and whichever one he picked out, like that was the order your name was on it or whatever.
He's a smart kid. You're going to start sandbagging us. You get the first overall pick when he's
I had the eighth overall pick. That kid didn't care about his dad last year.
Yeah, but this year, I don't know. He's getting smarter by the day.
Maybe.
Our league's more of a punishment thing where it's just like stuff you have to do. We've had a guy have to take the SAT. This year, what's on the line is whoever wins the Nathan's famous hot dog competition this next year, you have to eat that many hot dogs in a week.
Oh, no.
That's going to be awesome.
That's foul.
That sounds
great.
Terrible. Well, all right.
Don't lose.
That's today's headlines. Great job there, B-Gun. All right, coming up next, we'll get to your text reactions on today's topics. I know the Eagles' depth conversation has also been talked about a lot on the text line. The Nick Castellanos thing, I want to reset that coming up next. And are the Eagles building the roster the right way? I saw something fascinating on NBC Sports Philadelphia. They did a deep dive of the roster. The youth movement is here. So are they doing it the right way? It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor in for John this week right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor is in for John this week. John will be back on Tuesday after Labor Day. We want to thank Adam Schefter for joining us in the 8 o'clock hour. He joins us every single Wednesday at 8 a.m., which will, of course, continue during the football season. Coming up at 9:10, you'll hear the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. But I want to get into this discussion. We'll get back to the text messages on the Eagles depth conversation that we've been having and the Nick Castellanos conversation that we've been having, because I'm trying to get a temperature check on Nick Castellanos. From the start of his tenure with the Philadelphia Phillies to today, not just last night, not just, hey, how are you feeling about Nick Castellanos after last night? After last night, he had the big home run. But the temperature check, he has been better than what a lot of people are making him out to be since he signed that contract. I'll ask you this, and then we'll get to this Eagles thing. Do you agree that ultimately he's underperformed in terms of his contract?
Yeah, I can't say no to that because of the first year being so underperforming.
Correct. And I feel the exact same way. And his 18 home runs this year, he might finish with 22. Now, again, he's only hit over 30 home runs once in his career. So it's not like he was a perennial 35 home run hitter. It was more the doubles.
Right.
Which have been down since he's gotten here. Now he's also getting older, so the speed might not be the same, and the ballparks are a little bit different.
Right. Less room in the gaps. So
yeah.
Now let me ask you this question, because you asked, has he underperformed his contract? If you were transported back to the offseason of 2022, would you do that deal again?
I say yes, because I
also say
I think he's been a good ball player, and $100 million in baseball is not that much.
Right, that's the thing. Like, has he underperformed what you thought he could be from this time of the signing? Probably.
He's making, what, $25 more million than Taiwan Walker?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I got you. But, like, then the other thing is, has he underperformed? Yes, but I would do that deal 10 times out of 10 because I know ultimately you can be a very good baseball team with Nick Castellanos as part of it. And because of some of the things he brings, he's just not the perfect player every day. But that's... Right. I don't know. That's a lot of guys.
And they have been a good baseball team, literally, since he's gotten here. So we'll get to some text on that in a second. But NBC Sports Philadelphia, I believe it was Dave Zangaro. Oh, no, it was Reuben Frank. Sorry. Reuben Frank did a deep dive on the 53-man roster once it was finalized yesterday. And there were some things that I really liked about it. Now, he mentioned the big changes. Of 19 players who started at least one game on offense last year, 8 are gone. We know, obviously, Jason Kelsey retired, but DeAndre Swift, who I liked, Saquon Barkley's better. Jack Stahl, we'll see. Suo Peta was more of a depth guy, same with Jack Driscoll. Quez Watkins, you improve with Jahan Dotson. Julio Jones, you improve with Jahan Dotson, that version of Julio Jones. Olamide Zaccheaus, you improve with Jahan Dotson. So you improved on a lot of those guys. Of 25 players who started at least one game on defense last year, 12 are no longer here. Hassan Reddick, we'll see. Fletcher Cox had a great year last year.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, more so Jordan Davis, can do what Fletcher Cox did last year. Nicholas Moreau, I believe you improved on. Kevin Byard, I believe you improved on. Zach Cunningham, Justin Evans, Terrell Edmonds, Shaq Leonard, Christian Ellis, Bradley Roby, Mario Goodrich, Kentavious Street. I didn't even know he started a game last year. You improved over all of those guys.
Totally agree. Couldn't agree more. And you improved highly over those guys.
Yes, absolutely. Now, this one I find very interesting, and it's the youth movement that we were talking about. I told you before the show. Now, you might not remember. That was a long time ago. But I'll ask you, B. Gunn. How many players are 30 or older on this Eagles roster out of 53 guys?
I would say 10?
5. James Bradberry is 31 years old. All right. People have a certain feeling about James Bradberry, obviously, in the city, and there's questions why he made the roster. Your other 4, your long snapper, Enrique Lovato. Okay.
Who cares?
Darius Slay, who is still playing at a high level. Lane Johnson, who's still playing at an elite level. And then your oldest player is Brandon Graham, who's here for a rotational piece I think more so to be a good part of that lock.
Also, I think if it was up to the Eagles, like if it was truly up to the Eagles, if you just looked at the skill of the player, Brandon Graham would not be on the team. Like the reason that he's here is because he's given his entire career to this city.
Yeah.
And he wants one more year before he retires. And the organization
And I have
knows
no
it.
problem with that.
And maybe he can produce. I'm not even saying that as like he can't
He
play.
did have 11 sacks in 2022.
Yeah. Right. I'm not
Right.
saying like he stinks, but I'm saying I think the Eagles have clearly wanted to get younger, and that would have been a position they would have gotten younger at. But Brandon Graham fully deserves that, and he can still be somewhat productive, so they've got him.
Yeah,
on
and
the
you
team.
saw the backlash they got for B-Doc. Like, you don't want to do
Right.
something like that. Now,
Exactly.
B-Doc was still younger and playing at a high level. But of the 5 players that are 30 and above, you really only have a problem with one of them.
Right, and he may not even play.
Right, exactly. And then the players that are older than 27. So I mentioned there's 5 players in their 30s. I didn't even give you this. How many players above the age of 27 are on this team, minus the 5 guys that are already there?
I would say, let's call it 15.
That's exactly the number I was at in my head.
3.
What?
Avonte Maddox is 28. Jake Elliott is 29. Dallas Goedert is 29.
I was combining the other two when I said 15.
45.
Oh, sure you were. Liar.
45 of the 50 position players on the 53-man roster are 27 or younger. Oof. There is a youth movement with the Philadelphia Eagles, and we may not have noticed just how drastic of a youth movement it is. And look, there's a lot of players that are 26. Like, it's not like they're all 21. But there are 14 players that are 23 or younger on this roster. So that's a fourth of the roster is 23 or younger. And then last year, again, credit Ruben Frank for all this, 26 players that were 27 or older that played in at least one game for the Eagles last year, 18 of them are gone.
Yeah.
They did an overhaul.
They did.
And so I'm wondering, are the Eagles building this the right way to try to sustain it? And I guess yes, until obviously we get to see these guys play. Like, is Cooper DeJean as great as everybody made him out to be in the draft? Is Quinyon Mitchell, was he the right pick when you had other good options available? I like Quinyon Mitchell, so I'm not questioning the decision. But there are guys that went to legit schools. Not that Toledo's not a legit school, but you get what I'm saying. Alabama versus Toledo. Yeah. We'll see how these guys play out, but it looks like Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles have gone in a direction that probably should excite you.
No, it definitely should. I can't think of a better way that you would want to build this roster. And you remember what I said yesterday when we were talking about the window for the Philadelphia Eagles and the Super Bowl or bust conversation? Yeah. I said, but next year may be an even better shot because of the guys you have locked down and the age of some of the guys on this roster. That furthers my point. Like, you are a championship caliber roster right now. And you know what you're going to be next year? You're going to be, unless we have major concerns about the quarterback, a championship caliber roster. And you
Even
know you're probably
better one, maybe.
Exactly. And you know what you're probably going to be the year after that? A championship caliber roster.
Right.
This is not changing anytime soon. And that's what's awesome about that. Because some of those guys that are 27 or under are A.J. Brown, are Devontae Smith, are Jalen Hurts, are these guys, Jordan Mailata, like the guys that make up the really, really special part of this offense and the team in general. If you believe some of the defensive guys will project out, it's a beautiful thing where the Philadelphia Eagles are at right now.
And then the older players. So let's just do the 30 and above. Bradberry might not play. Lovato's your long snapper, so who cares? Brandon Graham's not a 100% of the snaps guy anymore.
No.
Darius Slay and Lane Johnson are the two guys where you need to start thinking about what's next. And Darius Slay, you kind of already did that with Quinyon Mitchell. It's okay to have 2 corners, though. So, like, they shouldn't be done with the cornerback market. But we'll see. Maybe Isaiah Rodgers. Yeah, but we'll see if he's an outside corner. Maybe Isaiah Rodgers is something. Maybe Keely Ringo. He's only in his second year of the NFL, so maybe he is something.
Young second year, too.
Right. So Lane Johnson is kind of the only guy that I don't think you have close to a replacement yet on.
Right. And
but that's one.
Right, exactly.
Out of 53, out of 22 starters.
I know. And then what you do is you just go and you draft a guy in the first round next year and you go get somebody that's the replacement at right tackle. And we know that the Eagles have drafted well on the line. And you solve all of it. Like, it's a very simple process for Howie Roseman to keep. It's self-sustaining what the Philadelphia Eagles have built themselves for the next 3 or 4 years.
It absolutely is. And, again, we've been talking a lot about the depth today and how I kind of had a little bit of nervous energy this morning based off of what Howie Rosen said yesterday because I'm so focused on the here and now. I'm not focused on 2 to 3 years from now. I'm not focused on a dynasty. To become a dynasty, you have to win one first, and that starts this year. But, man, if I do take the, 30,000 feet view on it, they're setting themselves up for a couple of good years ahead of you. And that should excite you. You can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we hit the text line heavy. I want to see more of the Nick Castellanos reaction. Because he's better than what a lot of you make him out to be. Even though, I get it, his swing bothers me too as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, Connor for John this week right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a Birds Inside.
Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Connor Thomas filling in for John this week. We'll be back at it. John will be back at it Tuesday following Labor Day Monday. We got our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming up at 9:10. We'll get into some more Phillies talk about tonight's game around 9:30 because Taiwan Walker is on the mound, and I have a question about that for tonight. It might not be that long of a conversation, but I do have a question related to Taiwan Walker that we'll get into around 9:30. Of course, we got our key 3 and a whole lot more. But I want to check out the text line. We've been very busy in the last 45 minutes, so we haven't really been able to check the text line. Our 2 topics today, I had a bit of a panic attack this morning when it came to the Eagles' depth, and Howie Rosen himself said that they are very top-heavy, and they need a lot of the young guys to step up. And then I started looking at the roster, and there's some questions I have. Now, that's deep dive, right? This football guy talk, if we're talking second and third string guys.
Oh, yeah.
The starting 22, I have them going 12-5. Obviously, whenever we do predictions, we say injury aside. But let's be adults here. Injuries happen in the NFL. And then when I started looking at the depth, that's concerning in certain areas. And then also the Nick Castellanos conversation, the temperature check on him since the beginning of his time here with Philadelphia. Where are we at with Castellanos? Because I think a lot of people basically say he stinks. And that's just not true. You might hate his approach. You might hate his attitude. But I don't think he's as bad as a lot of people make him out to be. What do we have on the text line, Brendan?
Yeah, we'll start off with the Eagles' depth. We got somebody checking in kind of similar to what you guys were just discussing, but on the opposite side of it. He says, I do think there is a lack of depth on the team, especially when you look at the defensive tackle position. I think they need to add a veteran presence at that position, a la Fletcher Cox, Hargrave, and Ndamukong Suh, and all those other guys they've had in years past.
Well, Hargrave was a addition. Yeah. He wasn't a vet. He wasn't a vet.
He was young when they signed him.
Yeah, no, he was like they signed him from Pittsburgh. Yeah, like he wasn't a veteran like Ndamukong Suh, Linval Joseph kind of deal, or keeping Fletcher Cox on a 1-year deal. That was a legit free agent signing, and then he got paid by San Francisco. But I get what they're saying because I already have concerns with the pass rush, and after them, it's even more concerning.
Yeah, but they're not going to invest in the position right now. Like, they're not going to look at bringing in, I don't think, guys at those spots. They're going to be any type of impact players right now or any type.
Well, Bryce Huff might be. That's the big thing. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying.
Like, he could be that impact player. We just haven't seen him do it as a full-time player.
Dude, Jalen Carter could be the best interior defensive lineman since Aaron Donald. Like, right. I'm not saying he is, and I'm not saying I'm expecting him to be, but I'm saying there is a world because of his pedigree where he is that. Jordan Davis could be a monster run stopper. Josh Sweat could have a great year. Like, there's upside with these guys. So if you're worried about the depth, that's something that if we find out that, like, Nolan Smith cannot play and has no idea how to play NFL caliber football, like, you're going to have to go get somebody at the deadline or you're going to have to sign somebody later in the season. It's not happening now. These will be things we figure out in week 6, and that's a long way from now.
Right. Okay. What else we got on the text line, Brendan?
Yeah, we got a ton of stuff coming in on the Nick Castellanos stuff. He said we got a nameless person checking in. Nick Castellanos frustrates fans because he chases way too much, especially sliders in the dirt. His mental lapses during base running is also infuriating. Plus, he has zero personality, which I don't get that. And his body language looks lazy at times.
Well, okay. His body language looks lazy at times. Like,
that's dumb. Like, I'm going to flat out say it. That's dumb. There are some guys who look different playing a sport than others.
What,
like,
so you like Brandon Nimmo because he sprints down the first baseline,
no,
he tries
dude.
hard. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying that texter, like, Brandon Nimmo sprints down the first baseline and always seems to have a positive attitude.
Right. Like, I like players that are good at their sport. Yeah. I don't care what you
Garrett
look
Stubbs
like.
has a positive attitude.
Yeah. He looks like he's trying really hard.
Yeah. Like, and I get it. The swing at sliders low and away. I'm not disagreeing with you. Right? He's got the third most strikeouts on the team. Bryce Harper 3 behind him, and Bryce Harper's played in 16 less games. He's going to strike out a lot. But honestly, man, I don't want to say that's today's baseball and just let him
like
slide.
write it off and let him off the hook.
But it is today's baseball. Like, yeah. Kyle Schwarber has 158 strikeouts. Anyone have a problem with Kyle Schwarber?
Nope.
No. Brandon Marsh has 130 strikeouts. That can't happen.
Yeah, a lot of people have a problem with that.
Bryce Harper has 110 strikeouts this year. Does anybody have a problem with him?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's weird. And this goes back to what you said earlier, Brendan, and it's something that John always says. We like who we like and we don't like who we don't like. And Nick Castellanos is a prime example of not liking who we don't like, and we have that opinion on him. Like, he has less strikeouts than Kyle Schwarber, and if Bryce Harper played as many games as Castellanos, Bryce Harper would have more strikeouts than him.
Yeah.
He has 8 home runs less than Harper, 10 less than Kyle Schwarber, but he's up there with them in RBI. Like, he's doing a lot of the same productive stuff as the other players that we love.
Yeah.
Doubles, he is the 3rd most on the team.
No, here's the thing, though, right? Not only are we a big, personality city, why I got mad at that last texter about his body language. But that's a thing that a lot of people in this city bring up about a lot of athletes. I'm not going to pretend like it's not a narrative that doesn't exist in Philadelphia.
Jalen Hurts is a prime example.
Exactly.
We loved him when they were winning, and he was stoic. But then when he was losing, it looked like he just didn't care, is what people would say.
But you know what else we are? We're a big first impression city. It is very hard for you to come in here and have a bad first year and then win people back. We are very, very stubborn when it comes to when we make a determination.
I guess.
I think we are for sure. And think about the ways that some great athletes in the city, like guys that are undeniably talented, have had to fight out of holes because we thought they were something somewhere else, or we thought that they were bad their first year here. I can run down a list for you coming up next if you want me to. But
sure.
There's a lot of guys that first impressions have not gone well, and they've been insanely good since, and they have gotten hate from the fan base because of it.
All right, then let's get some of those names coming up next. Obviously, our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter at 9:10, but more on this Nick Castellanos conversation that I knew would get some reaction because people don't like him. Or they say he stinks, or they say he's underperformed when he's been one of your top 3 players this season. Last year, he was your best. This year, he's one of your top 3. That's pretty consistent. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
One on Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We got our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming up at 9:10. Taiwan Walker on the mound tonight for the Phillies. We'll get into that about 9:30. This shouldn't be that hard of a question, but I guess there are levels to it. So I want you to think about it now, and we'll discuss it at 9:30. And if people want to get some early texts or calls or tweets in on this, go for it. The question that we'll discuss at 9:30, Connor and Brendan, is what do you need to see out of Taiwan Walker tonight where he could potentially earn another start? Remember, Rob Thompson said that he earned this start based off of pedigree, what he's done in his career, and that Rob Thompson saw... He was what? He liked his...
He was encouraged by his velocity.
Thank you. That's the word. He was encouraged by his velocity. That velocity that went from slow pitch softball to BP.
I think Rob Thompson would be encouraged by my velocity.
Yeah, the Royals were really encouraged by his velocity, which is why they roughed him up in his last start. So think it over, but what you need to see out of tonight, out of Taiwan Walker, because there's levels to it, because you can't just say, oh, a perfect game. That's the only reason why he's going to stay in the rotation. As Connor's pointed out, there might be something to Taiwan Walker having a veteran presence and being able to eat up innings if he's not getting shelled. And, oh, by the way, he is getting paid a lot of money. So the Phillies will find probably for a bare minimum reason to keep him in the rotation. What will it be for you? We'll discuss that later on the show. I can't believe I'm even asking the question. But I want to get back to some more text messages before we get to Shefty. Our 2 topics today where we've really discussed a lot has been the depth concern of the Eagles. I'll straight up say it, the concern when it comes to the depth for the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, they have a great starting close to 22 players. I still question the pass rush, but I like what I'm seeing. The starting 11 on offense, I love, right? And we've talked about the offense potentially carrying this team to winning games all season long.
Legit, maybe the best starting 11 on offense we've ever seen.
Could be.
For the Philadelphia Eagles.
Absolutely. And then defense, I like certain areas of the defense. There are some things that I still question, like the pass rush. But when it comes to the depth of the backups, everybody else on the roster following the 22 starters, there's a big fall off everywhere, like a big fall off. I don't think there's many, hey, that's a great depth piece to have there, that if this guy goes down, you won't miss a beat. But we had a texter earlier today, which I appreciated. We didn't say that stuff about the 2017 Eagles, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl because of a lot of those depth pieces. So I could be, not that I'm proven right or wrong in this situation. I just have concerns. I don't think they totally stink. I don't know about a lot of these guys. I don't, like, if Moro Ojomo has to play 4 games as a starter, I don't know if he's going to be good or bad.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this dude.
But you're worried, and this is the point some people have brought up, about a bridge we may never have to cross. There's a conversation about the Philadelphia Phillies and the postseason and how they're going to stack up with teams that they're going to play against, where you say, okay, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it because we're worried about the regular season. This conversation when it comes to the Eagles about depth is a bridge we may never have to cross in a lot of these positions because, knock on wood, ideally, this team is as healthy as they can be, and we don't have to worry about major depth replacements. So while your concerns are valid, they may not come to fruition because this team stays as healthy as we've seen them stay over the past 2 seasons.
Right. All right. And in the Phillies conversation, Nick Castellanos, what's the temperature check on him in this city? Because a lot of people, it seems to make him out to be a bad baseball player, and he's not. Has he lived up to the contract? No. Has he done more than other players that have not lived up to the contract, like a Tobias Harris? Absolutely. Now, you have a list of names of players who did not have a good first impression and then never really gained the confidence or trust in the city?
Yeah, and I'm taking a little bit of liberty with it because first impression can mean a couple of things to me. It could be a first year, like it comes with Nick Castellanos, and you could look at that and say, okay, you're in a situation where that's on the field, or it could be a first impression, just our initial introduction to these players. Because the first person on this list is Donovan McNabb. McNabb gets an amazing amount of hate for what he did. And some of it is people put on the NFC Championship game failures and say, well, you went to 4 straight and you only went to 1 Super Bowl. I get all that. But ultimately, the dude started his career here in a situation where we wanted somebody else drafted. Like, there are a lot of people. And because of that, there's always going to be this level of, man, we didn't really want you. Or we didn't really, like, you weren't our first choice. And you put him behind the 8 ball, and then there's resentment from the player. And the next thing you know, there's this weird relationship. Another guy down here, Brandon Graham. That's another situation where we wanted to draft somebody different. We wanted Earl Thomas. And
he wasn't great at the beginning, and Earl Thomas was.
Exactly. And now Brandon Graham is going to go down as an all-time great Eagle, and we spent years, and it's not like we're wrong for disliking the player in the moment. I'm just saying, like, first impressions matter significantly in Philadelphia because we're stubborn people, and we're hard to change our opinion on it. Brendan admitted that about himself earlier in the show. Some other guys. Jose Alvarado. I think that a lot of the angst with this fan base with Jose Alvarado, and now might not be a great time for it because he's had a rough year. He's currently away from the team on personal reasons. But think back to last year. There were people who were unwilling to admit how good he was because they always were going to see him as this guy who can't throw strikes because that's what he was when the Phillies first acquired him for the Rays. Even now, he's one of the guys that you feel less comfortable with in relievers.
Because of his track record.
What is Jeff Hoffman's track record prior to being with the Phillies?
Right.
What is Matt Strom's? Like, we have this unfair thing because Jose Alvarado, when he first came here, was questionable. Meanwhile, Hoffman and Strom, their first impression was out of nowhere great. Other guys like the process Sixers, there are a couple of guys that are in there too because you associate them with the process.
It's stinking, yeah.
And then like guys like T.J. McConnell and Robert Covington, who ended up having a career. There were people when T.J. McConnell walked out of the city, and I'm not saying the Sixers, he's the missing piece. They're like, good riddance, can't believe Indiana paid him. I'm so glad T.J. McConnell, I don't have to watch him play for this basketball team anymore. He's become a solid NBA piece, but because we consider him this like process special hire in the NBA because he's a guy that should have never made it, he stinks. Like, we are very tough people to draw off our first impression, and I think that's part of what's happening with Nick Castellanos.
But I think Castellanos is still a little bit different because like there's like vitriol toward him at times.
Well, remember, too, he's still early on in it. He's only 3 years in, and he may not have the career that some of those guys on that list had here. We listed a couple of guys there that have had longer careers or full careers in the city of Philadelphia. So he may never come out of it.
Right. Okay.
The first impression matters significantly here.
All right, what do we got on the text line, Brendan, about our topics, and then I'll play our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter coming up.
All right, you want birds or do you want Cassie?
Let's do 1 birds, let's do 1 Cassie, and then we got Shefty.
All right, as far as the birds go, it says, if an injury does occur, do you just chalk it up to an injury, or does somebody get blamed for this lack of depth, like Howie Roseman, for acquiring a running back when you could have just paid somebody else at other positions because the running back is a luxury position?
Well, if you don't have Saquon Barkley, then who do you have? You got DeAndre Swift, who got overpaid. Like, I still think the Bears overpaid him. You have Joe Mixon, who also got paid a lot of money. Or you're going with Kenneth Gainwell, another kind of veteran-type running back on a 1-year deal, and Will Shipley. If you didn't sign Saquon Barkley, you would have signed what? Linebacker, let's say Patrick Queen. Let's just use him as an example. That's still only 1 linebacker.
Right. Like,
out of an entire room.
There is no perfect NFL team out there. There are teams with depth issues everywhere, with starting issues. Like, the fact that we're talking about depth tells you how good this team is. I will not fault Howie Roseman for the depth of this team because frankly, championship caliber teams are built on the stars in every single sport. You're going to have to survive on your best players, your highest paid players, or you're not going to win it all. 99 times out of 100. And Howie Roseman built a roster that has a lot of talented top-end players because he's competing for a championship. That's all you can ask. You can't ask for both. It's unfair.
All right, and what do we have on the Nick Castellanos conversation?
Yeah, we got Trevor and Percy checking in on that. And this is a good one for Casty. He says, although he is streaky and his play can be frustrating at times, Nick Castellanos gets way too much hate, in my opinion. We have conversations on the station all the time about wanting honesty. You don't get more honest than Nick Castellanos. His interviews are always straightforward.
Yeah, they are pretty straightforward. And I'm looking at some statistical categories here, right? He's 4th on the team in runs. He is 2nd on the team in hits. He is 3rd on the team in doubles. He is 2nd in the team in triples.
Wait, this is this year?
Yes.
Because I thought you said he was the probably MVP of the team last year.
Yeah. This is also this year.
Oh, so he's doing it again.
He is third on the team in home runs. He is fourth on the team in RBIs.
Interesting.
He is, among qualified players, fourth on the team in batting average. So he has not been everything is advertised. He's not been. But he is top 3 in most offensive categories for one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah. Huh. It's funny how that works.
But the way people talk about him, you would think he was a complete failure and disappointment.
If only there was someone telling you 4 months ago that you should stop freaking out about him starting every day in right field, and he'll come out of this.
Was that me or was that you?
I
or was
think
that
it might have
both
been
of
both of us.
Yeah.
But
because I did say he would get up to 240, 250 at some point, and he's at 250.
The back of the baseball card never fails, folks.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue the text message reaction. Your calls at 610-632-0975. But earlier today, we were joined by Adam Schefter, as we are every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. And then, of course, every single Wednesday at 9:10, we play the 5 best minutes of it. Take a listen. Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, Connor, how are we doing this morning?
We are tremendous. Thank you for joining us as always. The day after cut-down day, yesterday, 4 o'clock, the rosters had to be finalized. And the biggest surprise for the Eagles, or at least Eagles fans, is that James Bradberry did indeed make the roster. What have you heard about Bradberry leading up to cut-down day? I know there was talks about him potentially being traded or him not making the team, but ultimately he did. What did you hear about Bradberry?
And they did, I think, in part because they recognize what he does bring, and they still can use him at safety some. And obviously, just because roster cut-down day comes and goes without a trade doesn't mean at some point later on some team couldn't make an offer at the right price that would entice them. But they felt like he was one of their best 53 players. They felt like the value was there. So they decided to keep him. And, yeah, there had been some speculation around the league whether or not he could be traded, but ultimately he was not. And they believe that there's a role for him, and we'll see how that plays out this season now.
Now, Adam, there weren't a lot of questions when it came to who's going to make the Eagles 53 man. Not that much to talk about leading up to it. What does that say to you about a roster when you see something where it's pretty much set before the deadline? Does that say lack of depth or?
Well, I think it's an experienced, seasoned roster. And I think that that's probably the case with many teams. When these teams go to training camp, I think most teams honestly know 45 to 50 of the players that are going to be on that roster. And then it's for the remaining spots, the 4, 5, 6 spots, not to mention the practice squad, the 16-man practice squad that they're going to be fielding. And, you'll notice yesterday Howie Roseman saying, the roster was weighted more towards defense, I believe, the final roster. It was like 3 more defenders than offensive players. But the practice squad serves that purpose. Like the Detroit Lions are going to sign Tim Patrick as a wide receiver to their practice squad. And they're going to leave him on the practice squad for the next couple of weeks until he's acclimated and knows their playbook and he's comfortable. And it wouldn't be a surprise if he plays week 1. But the practice squad now becomes a stashing facility, basically, to be able to promote a guy onto your active roster and to have 16 guys that are right there in your minor league system, so to speak. So I think most teams know their rosters going in, the majority of their rosters, and then they're trying to figure out what's the best way to round it out with those few spots that are in question.
Speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, speaking of the roster, Shefty, one of the things that we started talking about during today's show is whether or not there is a right way to go about building a roster. We all know that it starts at the quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. And then it's everything else after that. Yeah. Howie Roseman is trying to build what we believe is a dynasty because we're used to the one-off, the 2017 Super Bowl year, and then 2022, and then we saw what happened last year. Do you believe the Eagles are going about building a roster the correct way, if there is a correct way, to try to have sustained success over the next couple of seasons?
There's so many ways to do it. The correct way is to win.
Right.
And so if they win this year, then you'll say, yeah, he's building the roster the right way. And if they lose and Jalen Hurts regresses, you're going to say, well, this roster isn't being built the right way. So I don't know if there's a right or wrong way. You kind of piecemealing it as you go. It's almost like, honestly, to a much lesser extent, a fancy football draft. Like, you're building a roster, and you think you may be going a certain way, and then the draft takes you another, and you feel like you need to strengthen another area there. Like, these things are works in progress all the time, and it's no different for an NFL roster. I think they're very happy with the roster they've built, but if they don't win this season, they don't perform, what does it matter?
Adam, now that we're down to 53 around the NFL, we can truly evaluate how the Eagles stack up. And I know you've been high on this roster even before cutdown day. Where do the Eagles match up with the rest of the league now that everyone's down to 53?
Well, I don't think this is the time to stack them up against everybody else. Again, we can look at the Eagles roster and say that's a talented roster, and it is. We know that. But, again, they're going to open the season against the Packers. Who cares how they stack up against other teams if they lose opening night in Brazil? Doesn't matter. You can be worried about week 2 and trying to avoid going 0-2 if they lose that first week. So, no, and again, I'm going to come back to this again, but we think today that they have the most talented roster in the division. What does that mean? It means nothing right now, because if Jaden Daniels comes back, he comes in and does what a lot of people think he could, and if he's that quarterback, and he has a C.J. Stroud type of effect on that franchise. So what if we have what we think is the best roster talent-wise on August 28th? It doesn't matter, because Jaden Daniels is going to be in that division for the next 15 years or so. So, again, these things are always fluid, and that's why it's so interesting for fans to follow, for us to talk about, because what we think today might not be the case 3 weeks from now.
All right, that's our 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on 975thefanatic.com, as well as our YouTube page. Haley does a great job posting the full interview like immediately after Schefter is done with us, so you can check that out as well. Real quick, and then I want to get to the calls in a second. Baseball is such a funny sport, man. I read you that Ichiro and Juan Soto tweet earlier today.
Yeah.
Where Ichiro has over 2,000 more hits than Juan Soto, but Juan Soto already has over 100 more walks than him. It's amazing, right? Speaking of Juan Soto, how is this possible? The Yankees lost to the Nationals yesterday, 4-2. This is the beauty of baseball, right? A team that has a lineup of Gleyber Torres, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, Jazz Chisholm, Anthony Volpe, Jose Trevino, Alex Verdugo, and DJ LeMahieu. How can that lineup?
Yeah.
Again, this is baseball, so I know that's what your answer is going to be. Oh, it's baseball. How does that lineup face Patrick Corbin?
Oh, my God.
Who goes 6 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 6 Ks and 2 walks. That dude is trash and has been all season long. His ERA yesterday dropped from 5.73 to 5.50. His last 2 starts, he's combined 12 innings and 1 earned run. Now, the game before the Yankees was the Rockies start. And the one before that was the Phillies, where he goes 4 1/3, allows 2 earned runs. So that's not a great start, but it's better than what other ones. Since August 10th, his ERA is 5.98. It's down to 5.50. Still horrible. But how does a guy like that go up against a lineup like that and go 6 shutout innings?
Man, it's baseball. I don't know.
I know exactly. That's the only answer you can give, but it's ridiculous.
Dude, it doesn't have. If a upset like that happens in the NFL, it's the story of the season. Like, it's the story of the regular season.
But because it's one game and it's baseball, you just go, that's baseball.
Yeah, if it happens in the NBA, well, it doesn't. Like, the Hornets never beat the Celtics. Like, that just, it doesn't happen. And if it does, you get clowned forever. In baseball, that's Tuesday. I just picked that day randomly. It actually was Tuesday.
Yes.
But that's it. It happens once a week to, like, great teams. And I don't know, man. That's what's so annoying about the sport, but so beautiful about it.
All right, let's quickly go to Chris. Chris wants to talk about the Phillies rotation. What up, Chris?
How are you guys today?
What's up, man?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you guys for taking my call. How are you all today?
Great. What do you got on the rotation?
I heard or read an article earlier on Monday that Thompson said he was going to a 5-man rotation, and you all have been talking that maybe Albert or Phillips was going to pitch in the Braves series. I just wondered where you guys were getting the information compared to what I read. I think it was Lauber that put it out on Monday.
I mean, we speculate a lot, and we do read into what everything is said and what Rob Thompson says. And Taiwan Walker, if you read that article, probably was also scheduled to pitch in the Braves series. He's now scheduled to pitch today. Things changed, Chris.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had heard something that I hadn't, because if what I read is correct, then we're set up pretty well with Sanchez, Suarez, Wheeler, and Nola going in the 4-game series.
Yeah, and last week, Taiwan Walker was scheduled to pitch in this series. I don't know what the point was of that call, other than trying to say, I don't know where you get your information. I know that Rob Thompson himself said that Taiwan Walker's pitching tonight when a couple of days ago he was pitching against the Braves.
Yeah.
And Rob Thompson also said, Chris, that he was encouraged by Taiwan Walker's velocity. Were you encouraged by Taiwan Walker's velocity because the manager said it and somebody wrote it? Chris? Don't get me started now, all right?
We won't.
Don't get me started.
We're almost there.
I got 30 minutes left. Don't you dare start. You get your information. All right, coming up next, we talk about Taiwan Walker and his encouraging velocity. What does he have to do tonight to earn another start in your eyes? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
KincadeSalciunas.com.
It is 9:31 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor Thomas in for John Kincade. Johnny will be back next Tuesday. We'll get back to our texts coming up in a few moments, but Taiwan Walker gets the start tonight there, Connor. And Taiwan Walker has been a big topic of conversation pretty much all season long because he's been flat out terrible. And his ERA is now up to 6.26 on the season after his encouraging velocity provided him a 3-inning performance against the Royals where he allowed 6 earned runs on 8 hits, 2 home runs. That velocity struck out 2, walked 1.
Yeah. You're going to need more than the encouraging velocity if that's going to be your stat line.
Yeah. He's having a career low, right?
He's in a bad spot right now. He's definitely
that bad spot is he's done. He's washed.
Yeah, probably.
So Rob Thompson moves him up a day to start today. Now, that's why yesterday's game was so important to me because I didn't want to go into the rubber match of the series with Taiwan Walker on the mound. And I get it, whether they won or lost the series would not have meant anything in the long run. But I do believe continuing to build momentum also provides some confidence inside the clubhouse. And I don't know if this team necessarily lacks confidence, but they weren't the team that we knew and loved for the last month and a half. And they're starting to get out of that, it seems, with that series win over the Royals where they had like 48 hits. 45 hits, and they scored 26 runs, 22 of which were in the 2 wins, and they've won the first 2 games in an impressive fashion against the Houston Astros. Game 1 felt like a playoff game where they win 3-2, and then yesterday they win 5-0. So I'm glad they're winning.
By the way, the threshold I set on the when are the Phillies back is when they win 3 out of 4 series. They have just done that.
Okay.
So by my mark, the Philadelphia Phillies are back.
So tonight's game, I'm already chalking it up as a loss with Taiwan Walker on the mound.
That's the spirit.
But let me ask you this question. Because Rob Thompson's giving him another start because of his pedigree and because he was encouraged by his velocity. He was probably trying to find anything to say to make it seem like he was worthy of another start. What does Taiwan Walker need to do today or not do today in order for Connor Thomas to give Taiwan Walker another start? Because clearly, whether it's Rob Thompson's decision or somebody above him, they still believe he's worthy of a spot in the rotation.
I wrote it down when you first asked. There's 2 letters right there in the box. I even circled it for you.
QS?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
We need a quality start from Taiwan Walker tonight. 6 innings, 2 or less. Right?
3 or less.
3 or less.
Dude, I wasn't even asking for that much. Like, because it looks like they're going to keep him in the rotation. Unless he gets crushed
if he gets
again
shelled
today,
again,
which he might.
Kind of can't, right?
But, dude, like, at this point, I'm asking for less than a quality start. Probably that's still no more than 3 earned runs because I don't want to have to score 5 in order to win every time he starts. But,
yeah,
dude, I'll take 3 earned runs in 5 innings out of him at this point.
That won't do enough for me. You're supposed to eat innings. I have to believe you could do that.
Well, yeah, you're right, because that's one of the reasons why, look, he's an innings eater, and he's not even doing that this
If he's
year.
going to be out there, like one of my large arguments for Taiwan Walker potentially still being in this rotation is making sure the bullpen and the rest of the starters are as healthy as they can be and as rested as they can be come postseason. You might just have to wear it every 5th day or 6th day to make sure you're in a situation where these guys get to the postseason as fresh as they can be. No one's totally fresh, but if you're not going to be able to give me 6 innings, get out of here. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, you need someone who can do that at this point in the season.
Yeah, and he has not been doing that, and we're trying to keep the bullpen fresh, as you mentioned. But, man, at this point, I just need to be in a position to win a baseball game, and I know a quality start. Like, John gets hung up on the 4.50 ERA, and I get it. Like, that's not a great stat. But to me, if you go 6 innings and you allow 3 earned runs every single night, yes, the ERA is 4.50, but if you do that every single night, I believe in my bats to score at least 4 runs.
You give your baseball team a chance to win.
Right. That's why it's called a quality start. It's not, hey, great start. It's called a quality start. And if I expect my offense to score at least 4 runs, then I'll take it. If he goes 5 innings and it's 3 earned, I expect my team to still score at least 4 runs. But if it's these 3 innings, 6 earned runs, 4 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 earned runs, like, this dude is abysmal.
Yeah, he's been very, very, very bad. Like, he is, by a wide margin, having the worst season of anyone still on this baseball team. Like, Whit Merrifield was the only other conversation. And he's now.
But I don't think if Taiwan Walker got released, he'd all of a sudden have a turnaround like Whit Merrifield is having.
Who even knows at this point? It feels like it happens all the time. And something important, too. Like, let's not do this. Because we verge on this sometimes when we get a player who's just playing so terribly in the city. It's undeniable how bad he is. I'm not rooting against Taiwan Walker. You're not rooting against Taiwan Walker. Sometimes it can sound like that, or sometimes it can turn into that. We have the Castellanos conversation earlier in the show. There are times where people are upset when Castellanos does well because they want to find a reason to be annoyed at the guy.
Right.
And I don't want us to get to that point. Like, I want Taiwan Walker to have a good start. It helps the team. There should be no reason where it's like, oh, well, if he doesn't pitch well tonight, it'll be proof that he needs to be out of the rotation. No, we want him to throw well. That should be the goal. We don't have a lot of faith in him to do it.
Absolutely. All right, what do we have on the text line, Brendan? And then we have something cool that we want to play after the Key 3 later on this hour. I'll explain more coming up in a little bit. But what do we have on the text line about our Eagles and Phillies discussion today?
Yeah, we got more vitriol for Nick Castellanos.
Oh,
Texter checking in says, I can't stand him. Will not miss him when he leaves, and he stinks. He has a 3.03 OBP. Horrible! Exclamation point.
I said to Connor off the air, that's my biggest beef with Nick Castellanos. You, as my witness, you heard me say that.
I did.
A 3-on-3 on base percentage is criminal.
Sure.
Like, that's criminal. You can't have a 303 on base percentage in today's Major League Baseball as an everyday player.
No,
you can't.
I got you, but like, that's the thing. People look at baseball players or athletes as they've got to fit into this cookie cutter box, and it's like, let's just use basketball, for example. If you're going to be like a 3-and-D guy, you've got to be able to play a solid level of defense. You also have to be able to shoot like 40% from 3.
Yeah, that's why Matisse Thybulle wasn't one.
All right, easy. That's an unnecessary ricochet shot. You're making me forget my point. But you could have a guy that shoots like, I don't know, 35% from 3, but because he's a player that has more length, a better defender, can get to the rim better than the average guy, maybe has a better handle, has a skill set that other guys don't have, you can accept it. There's not this cookie-cutter way where you have to be this player.
Correct. It's annoying. The league average is 323. He's at 303.
Yeah, okay.
It's 20 points below average.
Okay, right. But his times he's on base are more productive than the league average. So that's what you have to consider.
I would say this. I wish the on-base percentage was higher. His career's on-base percentage is 323. All right, so the league average is 323 this year. His career's is 323, and he's 20 points below it. So that needs to go up at some point. It's been in his time here in Philadelphia, 305, 311, 303. So all well below his career average. But everything else, man, like that texter saying he stinks, that's just flat out wrong. You can hate his approach. That doesn't mean he stinks.
Right, and you got to think about the contributing factors. Why would it be different here, his on-base percentage? Could it be that because Nick Castellanos now hits behind players that are significantly better than anyone he played with in Cincinnati, he has more opportunity for RBIs.
Maybe.
And because he has more opportunities for RBIs, instead of spitting on a slider low and away, he thinks he might get a pitch he can do damage with, so he's more aggressive to try and drive those runs in. We don't consider any of this stuff. We just see the numbers and the player swinging at a pitch and say he has no idea
by the way,
what he's doing.
the numbers aren't that bad.
Right.
Like the number, this is what like pisses me off. Year 1 was not good. Nick Castellanos was not a good baseball player in year 1, even though he ended up getting his average up to 263, but people don't want to hear that. Last year, he was your all-star. This year, he has been one of your more consistent players, but people just don't like him. And because people don't like him, they have the predetermined sort of opinion on Nick Castellanos. And the guy hits a home run yesterday, and the reaction is more so, well, that's what they're paying him to do, than, hey, great home run, Nick. Like, he hasn't been terrible. Has he underperformed in terms of the contract? Yes. But when this season's done, they got, 30 games left? He'll probably finish with over 20 home runs and close to 80 ribbies, which has been his average since he's gotten here. Has that been underperforming? Yeah, sure. But it's not as bad as what people make it out to be.
we like the dude's kid more than him. He's not even on the team. He's in middle school.
Yeah.
Like, my goodness. Someone show some respect to Nick Castellanos.
All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, and something awesome. We got to promote one of our own. We got to give credit to one of our own. Because somebody in the national media tried getting by him, and he didn't let it. Stonewall Jackson. We'll talk about it next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Bill Colarulo.
Jalen Hurts didn't think to even talk to Jeff Stoutland.
Fanatic, coming up in about 3 minutes, we're going to play some audio. One of our own doing his job right. But first, it is time now for the Key 3. It's time now for the Key 3. We'll get it eventually.
It is almost time now for the
Key 3. You're not even on there.
We got going on in there. All right.
Vox Pro just went down, so let me restart it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, look, people get the Key 3. It's the 3 best minutes. You know what I'd rather do? Once Vox Pro restarts, you let us know. And I'd rather play the audio that gives Sean, one of our great producers here, Sean Rodman, his credit. So you get that fixed, and we'll take care of it. Me, Connor, and Brendan are golfing after this show. So if you're watching on YouTube, I already took the windscreen off. Tee time's at 10:40, Jersey side.
Yeah, we're going to make it.
Yeah, plenty of time.
Absolutely. I might even stop off, hit a Wawa, get a little sizzly.
No, you don't have time to do that. You got to be there on time.
Who are you to tell me?
You're not going to hold up the group behind us because you got to get your sizzle.
All right, we're back up. I got the Rodman stuff.
All right, so yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. I saw it on social media yesterday. I don't know when it happened. So Kirk Minihane, I believe is his name. He works for Barstool. I think he did stuff before Barstool.
He did like national radio stuff.
Yeah,
or national
this is not me. I'm not
something.
taking shots at the guy. I don't know the guy. Like I just know he works with Barstool.
Very successful in the talk space.
Okay, yeah. So Kirk Minihane. A lot of you probably know that name, and for those of you who don't, he's a guy that's at Barstool. Does a national talk show. Did that before Barstool as well, and we found out more of a backstory to it that I'll leave off the air. They were trying to get in contact with somebody that no longer works at the station because they had beef with the person apparently. And one of the phone numbers that was attached to this individual, because they used to work here, was the call-in number. And so they wanted to call into the radio station to try to get a hold of a former employee here. And so what a lot of people do that try to do crank phone calls and all that kind of stuff, you know that there's a call screener and you pretend to say something and then that's not what you're going to say on the air. So then you say something stupid on the air, right? So Kirk Minihane wanted to get in touch with a former employee. He did not know that this employee is no longer here. Now, the phone number, again, was the call-in number. So Sean Rodman, one of our fine producers here, he did the pregame show for us the other day. He's all over the place at the station. He was screening the call. Take a listen to the interaction because the Minihane show, they did this live. Like, this was live on their podcast. So Sean Rodman made it national. Take a listen.
975, what's your name?
Hello?
Yeah, 975, what's your name?
Oh, hey, it's Kirk.
Kirk?
Yep.
Where are you calling from, Kirk?
Calling from Watertown, Massachusetts.
All right, and what are you calling about today?
Just about the AFC in general. I have a couple of thoughts, and I guess with the Patriots too, because I want to get sort of a local perspective on the Patriots because we're sort of in the cloud here.
This is 975 The Fanatic. We're Philadelphia.
I know, but it'll tie into the Eagles as well.
How does the Patriots tie into the Eagles?
Well, how do you tie into the Eagles?
Well, because we're Philadelphia sports radio.
Well, I'm a Philadelphia sports radio station. He's not putting he hung up. Damn it.
That's good work by Sean.
That's so
good work by Sean. Now, that is how you screen a phone call right there.
You know how Bobby Dickerson probably gets fired up when the Phillies execute a nice ground ball to second base? Like, they make that play. It's easy. We get fired up over good, solid producing.
That's good producing right now. That's the nitty-gritty stuff behind the scenes at 97.5 The Fanatic that you might not know.
You don't see it, but that work is put in every day. Sometimes bigger than others, then it gets on a national scale than others. But, hey, every single day we're grinding back there to try and make sure the show goes
Good job,
well.
Sean Rodman. You're doing a great job, and he's working with the Mike Missanelli show today. So if you're going to call in and try to say something moronic, he's not going to let you go by. Well, don't try.
And you tie into the Eagles.
All right, it is time now for the Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Here's where I want to start. And I want you guys to just right away remember that I think this Eagles team is going 12-5. All right? Before anyone starts coming after me, remember, I think this team is going 12-5. I think this offense will be a top 5 offense in the NFL. I believe this defense will be a top 20 defense in the NFL. And I know people go, oh, what's that all about? 20's a lot better than 30, right? I don't have the visions of John. John believes they could be as high as 12. I'm not going there. But if they're 15, damn it, that's pretty good. That's a good recipe with a top 5 offense. I believe Jalen Hurts plays better this season. I believe Cam Jurgens doesn't make us miss Jason Kelce all that much. I think Jahan Dotson, you go, wow, that's what a competent wide receiver 3 looks like. I think the defense will be better player-wise. I think defense will be better scheme-wise with Vic Fangio. So, I got that all the way?
Yeah, crystal clear.
All right. I think the Eagles are winning 12 games this year. I think they're winning the division, and then we'll see what happens come playoff time. I'm not ready to say that they're going to the NFC Championship game like John. But, there's always a but, Cronin.
There always is.
The depth here on the Eagles scares me. Now, I haven't really thought about it because, again, making predictions, preseason predictions, it's fun. Doing W's and L's, no matter how much John hates it, right? Doing W's and L's is fun. Thinking about, is this going to be the greatest Eagles offense of all time, is fun. We did the same thing about the Phillies a month and a half ago. Nobody was then considering a 2-month slump, right? Almost a disease that went through the Phillies locker room. Because you don't think about that kind of stuff. You're in the moment, and you think about the fun things. You think about the Madden. You look at depth charts. But then you look at depth charts. I do want to show more love to the Phillies. Phils win 5-0 yesterday. Your boy looked great.
He was very, very good. Danced out a little bit of danger, but there wasn't really a point in that game even. Once Castellanos hit that home run, there was no point where I was nervous at all about that game.
Right. So, I mean, my biggest thing was, all right, what did I say to you yesterday? If the Phillies take some sort of lead, I need to see a shutout inning the next inning.
Yeah.
And he pitched 7 shutout innings, but the Phillies have the 4 runs in the third. He goes out there in the fourth, and they don't score any runs. And that was one of those, all right, we're good.
It got me so nervous, and this is my warped Philadelphia sports brain, but like, I was like, oh, Castellanos hit the home run. Great. I went and did some laundry during the commercial break. I came back. I sat down on the couch, and then the Toyota RAV4 inning graphic popped up. I was like, oh, my God, he's going to give up like 5 runs right here.
No,
which is not a rational thought, but
he gets the first 2 guys out. Then he walks. How about John Singleton, Phillies legend?
Yes, sir.
He walks John Singleton, and then he gets out Pena to end the inning. And then all of a sudden, you go, all right, that's been that spot for Aaron Nola for a lot of his career. The Phillies put up a couple runs, and then he gives them right back. And that didn't happen yesterday. So I wanted to give Aaron Nola his credit. My biggest fear is, well, not fear, my biggest problem is that I have Super Bowl expectations. Like, you just compared the situation to the Vikings. The Vikings aren't going to do anything.
Right, and that's why the injuries won't bother them as much.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
The Eagles do have expectations this year.
Yeah.
And if a couple of guys, which let's face it, that probably will happen. It's inevitable. It is the NFL. I'm not saying anything crazy. Somebody might miss some time. And the fall off from a lot of these starters to the backups is bigger than I thought it was because I hadn't thought about it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the same thought process for every team. It really is.
All right, that's the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show.
And I'd like to remind you to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partner, Window Nation, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody have a great rest of your day. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Kincade and Salciunas right here, 90.